Let's go. Greetings, friends. Good morning. And welcome to more beat 'em ups. As always, beat 'em up never ends. And the world's better off for it. Thank you, Jimmy Poopins, as always, for the helpful hydration reminders. Greetings, welcome, and good morning, of course, to Father Axekeeper, Killick, Chudley, Lurkers, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm excited to play video games. So here we are. That's the long and short of it. I'm glad to see that it appears my chat box is working. I was reminded like 30 seconds after going live, like, oh yeah, shit, everything was like broken when I streamed last. And I should probably have done some looking into it in between streams to see if there was anything I could or needed to fix on my end. And I was like, well, I'm already live, so I guess we'll see if there's anything I can or need to do. Yeah, that's what I thought. It seemed to me like it was just a Streamlabs issue. But I realized that wasn't necessarily the case, for one. And also, something can be, an issue on the other end and still actually require me to do something. It could be some API update or some other thing that I just wasn't paying attention to. Yeah, problem solved, apparently. There we go. Excellent. Anyway, I wanted to play video games, and here we are. Pretty much that simple. I did a little bit of additional Next Fest mucking around off stream yesterday. I poked around with a few demos, but there's not really much worth lingering on, I don't think. I tried some things that barely functioned. I played some games that, weren't that interesting. I don't know. I did spend more time than I would have expected dicking around a bit in, let me see, what was it called? Beatdown City Survivors. Beatdown City, I think, was the original name of... It's like a beat-em-up themed... I think it's like a JRPG. It's got turn-based combat is all I remember. That game came out some years ago, and it's been on my radar, obviously, because of the theming, and it's got, it's all pixel art and everything. But I never thought it looked very good, to be perfectly frank. It has a sort of fake NES aesthetic, but it doesn't, I don't know. It's not the kind of thing where you look at it and you go, oh, this looks like a good-looking NES game. You look at it and go, oh, this looks like a 21st century indie game that is trying to look like an NES game, which to me are two very different aesthetics, and even the former isn't one that I particularly love, if I'm being perfectly honest. You can obviously make awesome looking NES type stuff, but as far as pixel art goes, I can be impressed and enthused when someone does something really cool within very narrow restrictions. There are some actual late era NES games that look incredible, and there certainly have been modern games, indie games, that sort of mimic that kind of aesthetic that can look really cool. But even then, as far as pixel art goes, I'm way more into 16-bit console stuff and arcade pixel art from the late 80s, early 90s, that kind of thing. What's up, Evil Power Steals On? Did I read that correctly? I think my eyesight's going, but welcome. Yeah, we got some Remake's music. Of course, we got a whole bunch of Zuntata jams from the anniversary album that came with the Eager 2 Mini some years ago. But anyway, there's a lot of... It's not a new thing, obviously. For the last however many decades, there have been a lot of indie games that kind of... Like, pixel art is extremely broad, obviously, right? And I don't... For me, it's not necessarily important unless you, as a creator, set out to do something that is very specifically mimicking a certain thing. The sort of authenticity to that one thing isn't necessarily the most important thing to me, but I think, like, you can make something that looks kind of like an NES game, but isn't purporting or attempting to specifically be an NES thing, in which case it's fine to go outside those limitations. But the most important thing for me is that you just have something that is visually coherent and consistent, and kind of arguably a distant second, something that just looks good. A lack of consistency, a lack of coherence, regardless of what kind of art style or medium we're talking about, will always kind of throw me off and make me go like, I don't care too much for this. And I don't mean to single out Beatdown City as something that was unusually weak in this regard, but I feel like it fits right into the same lump of dozens, if not hundreds, of other modern pixel art games where it's kind of broadly, vaguely gesturing towards something, kind of NES flavored, but it's not really doing anything specifically to limit itself to those restrictions. And as a result, like, I felt like it... I don't want to say that it comes across as not earnest or fake or anything like that, but it's more a matter of it's calling back to pandering, if you want to use that word, towards a certain kind of nostalgia that, for me, due to the kind of the aesthetic, and you could, if you wanted to put it that way, due to the inauthenticity, does not actually, like, it doesn't capture that nostalgic feel for me, so, like, it doesn't really work on that level. And then if I don't think it looks that amazing in the first place, then it's like, But more than that, like, the original game was, again, like I said, I don't even remember what it was exactly, but I think it was an RPG. It was something that, it was meant to be this kind of juxtaposition of the aesthetics and theming of, like, an arcade beat 'em up, but put into a completely different gameplay context, which conceptually I think is a cool idea. I'm happy to see that. But it's a game, because of that, like, it was always on my periphery. I was aware of it, but it didn't seem like something I was that excited to play. So now here's Beatdown City Survivors, which is like a spin-off, which, as you can probably surmise from the title, is a Vampire Survivors clone with all, like, the characters and stuff from Beatdown City. And I played a little bit, and, like, it seems okay to me. Like, I stuck with the demo long enough. 79 minutes according to Steam, which, I played some Next Fest demos that probably lasted about 79 seconds. So 79 minutes is pretty good. And I didn't come close to, like, exhausting what's in the demo either. Obviously, like, there are some elements that are... I mean, a lot of it is just taken right out of Vampire Survivors, of course. Why wouldn't it be? And a lot of those same elements still work. They lodge onto that primal part of your brain in pretty much the same way, and it still works, and it's like kind of addictive in the same way. But I feel like the parts that were different didn't really appeal to me much. There's some, like, the idea is you kind of walk around this city, and there's, like, all the enemies are mostly, like, zombies and monsters, and there's, like, other survivors that you can kind of save. So there's, like, some theming and mechanics around that I thought were actually pretty interesting. You can, like, rescue other people, so you can get this little party of multiple characters. And I did kind of like that, but as far as, like, the combat and gameplay mechanics and the weapons and items and upgrades and stuff, it kind of felt... if I'd had Vampire Survivors installed, like, I played that game a lot, but I played it on Game Pass, which I'm not currently a subscriber to. So I don't have access to it, but, like, if I did, this demo would pretty much just make me want to go, like, you know, I should play some more Vampire Survivors. It doesn't really have enough of its own new ideas that sets it apart to make it something I would rather play over that one, personally. But it was still pretty decent. Like I said, you know, I spent some time with it. So Beatdown City Survivors, if you are in the market for a vaguely beat-em-up flavored, but to me it comes across more as like a zombie apocalypse thing, ultimately, Vampire Survivors clone might be worth a look. Trying to look here if there was anything else that I played that's like worth mentioning. Yeah, I don't really think so. I have still probably 5 to 10 demos that I haven't looked at yet, which I still might, but however, there are 2 demos which are not new, but did have updates for or around the time of Next Fest, which I do want to check out. And those are the demos for Takeover 2 and Blades and Battles. Takeover 2, I'd heard from other places that it got an update like 1 or 2 weeks ago. I'm curious to see, A, if I noticed much of a difference, and B, what I feel about the changes, if I can notice them. There's only really one specific thing that I'd heard that was changed in the Takeover 2 demo, which I'm not enthused by, which is the fact that the already, in my mind, grossly overpowered parry has been buffed. But I don't know if there's other changes too. But friend of the channel, Macaw45, mentioned in chat last time that apparently the demo for Blades and Battles has had an update as well, that supposedly constitutes like a pretty major overhaul, which I'm very curious about, because I thought that was a game that I didn't love it by any stretch, but it had some stuff going for it, and I'm curious if that too has, you know, if it's changed to the point of actually being something I would be legitimately excited for, or if it remains kind of a curiosity, or just in general, I guess, if, you know, the core mechanics have changed in any kind of noteworthy way. So we're going to look at those 2 demos, and once we have gotten that out of the way, I want to jump back into the beat-em-up backlog of some games I've picked up over the last however many months / years. Some stuff that I've grabbed but didn't get around to playing. And I realized as I kind of skimmed through my beat-em-up folder here on Steam, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but there's there's quite a few of them. One might argue more than a few. We've got games dating back to at least 2019. Games I've bought but not really played. But I won't go over it in detail because we'll see what we end up going with. There's also some games like Raging Justice, Double Dragon Gaiden, maybe 1 or 2 others that I have played, but I'm like kind of curious to go back to, either for the purpose of, like in Raging Justice's case, it's been so long since I played it, and there's been so much happening in the world of beat 'em up since that game came out, that I'm just curious what that game is actually like and how I feel about it today, because I only vaguely remember how I felt about it when it came out in like 2017 or something. And in the case of Double Dragon Gaiden, I played that at launch on Xbox, and not only has that game had like 50 updates and free DLCs, at launch at least, the Xbox version had like terrible input lag, and it just felt really bad to play. And I always kind of wanted to go back to it to see if that was ever addressed. I happened to grab it on Steam recently because it was really cheap. So I figure chances are it's going to play better on PC anyway, so I'd be curious to just give that game a second look. But we have other stuff too that has not yet been played. So we'll see where we end up. We'll see what we have time for. Oh, and I want to mention real quick, we're almost certainly not going to look at it today, but we might sometime, which is that I did grab the DLC for Shredder's Revenge that has the survival mode, Usagi Yojimbo and Karai I did not grab the Mondo Gecko DLC, but both of them are on sale currently. So I figured, fuck it, I might as well. Because I was definitely curious. I enjoyed that game well enough, playing through it recently, that I was actually very excited to try the survival mode. And I figured, fuck it, let's grab that. But yeah, so that's kind of the outline for today, as I have planned it, let's call it. It's a very loose plan. But why don't we start? Well, actually, first off, I should get a controller and plug that in. I don't remember. I think Blades and Battles was actually pretty arcade stick friendly, if I recall. But the Takeover 2 is definitely not, because it's got like 12 buttons. Which, like, oh, I'm annoyed right off the bat, but that's how it goes.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Lamazar just subscribed. 6 years of jury. Man. Remember Alice in Cyberland? Still waiting to get around to playing that again properly. Man, that game was pretty sick. Not to mention 6 years of generous support. Skull Club membership, enthusiasm, regular viewing, and all kinds of kind, friendly engagement. That's very, very generous of you, Lamasar. I'm very appreciated. Thank you very much. Electro Altruism, good morning. Happy accidental return keystroke. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever day it is. It's Friday. I realized sometime this week that apparently it's midsummer weekend. It's like, oh yeah, right, that's the thing. I'm very loopy and just out of touch with reality as usual, but that's fine. I'm in tune with beat 'em ups, and that's what matters. The PC version of Alice in Cyberland. Interesting. It's it was launched as like this cross-media thing, right? Because the PS1 game has a bunch of the like video snippets in it that's like from like the OVA was supposed to be 2 episodes, but they only released the first one, I believe. So it doesn't sound shocking that there would be at least some kind of PC CD-ROM release of some kind or another, whether it's a game or something else entirely. Like, I could see both scenarios. And it's entirely possible that I have looked that up and found it myself, and it's just been forgotten because it's it's been so long. But yeah, you know. Speaking of which, by the way, as far as like, oh yeah, we should revisit this, we should go back to this. I was watching Burst Error doing his Makaimura series playthrough, and he just started yesterday on Maximo. And I was curious to look at something, because I have both of the Maximo games. I got them when I was living in Japan like 20 years ago, and I still haven't played them, by the way. But so I went back to my shelf and started digging through the PS2 games over here. And in the process of doing so, I found probably like 6 or 8 games that I'm like, I have this game? Huh. I just found a bunch of games that I had no recollection of owning and that I haven't played. Or in some cases, like I found Sadogetsu 2. And it's like, yeah, I think I did boot this up on stream for like 5 minutes. But I haven't, properly played it. There's Kinnikuman Generations. What else did I find? Hard to think now. I guess I already forgot, so I'm gonna discover them all over again. And there's stuff like Kamiwaza and Shadow of Rome and a few others that I'm like well aware that I've picked up with the intention of playing. I just haven't gotten around to it. But I felt quite strongly there in the moment that like, fuck, I should do some PS2 backlog digging. But not today. That'll be some other time. But there's fertile ground for revisiting or just visiting for the first time. I mean, I have a lot of not exclusively PS2 games. I have PS1 games. I have Saturn games, Xbox One games, even all kinds of stuff You know, it's not without reason that I have not been buying additional piles of old games in the last year or so. And it's not only to do with financials or customs hassles. It's also the fact that, you know what? That backlog doesn't really need adding to currently. It's quite juicy as it is. So hopefully we'll get to it. And I'm still waiting to find the right moment to play Tomb Raider 2. It's now been like 14, 15 months or so since we finished Tomb Raider 1, and I was like, that was fucking sick, but it was kind of exhausting. I needed a little bit of a break. I can't jump right into Tomb Raider 2, and, well, one of these years. Anyway, that's just an aside. Greetings, Mighty Cat. Morning. So PS2 gaming could be like, that's the thing, right? Because I mentioned this the other day. I think we're kind of in this, for me, unusual, or it's been a long time anyway since I've had this kind of clean slate, right? We finished Games Bond. We finished the Prince of Persia series, or the port exploration. I finished Super Famicom Prince of Persia. I finished First Light. And now what? Like, now I'm free to do whatever without the something looming over me that's time sensitive, or something I ought to do. So quite frankly, it's a perfect time in that sense anyway to dig in the old game shelf and find some stuff to play. But then of course people keep bringing out new games on Steam and demos and beat 'em ups, and we're well, I don't want to say we're trapped, but we're caught in this vortex of a video game. But hey, wouldn't have it any other way. So yeah, why don't we start today with a quick-ish, hopefully, look at the Takeover 2 demo to just see what's up, see if it's updated in any noteworthy way. Give me a moment here to boot this up and see if we can get the capture going. Drop down the audio in case I want to get exploded by that. Taking its time. Why don't I update this? See if we can get the capture going. There we go. I know that I spent a little bit of time with this off stream. I actually don't remember if I played this on stream at all. But I did play through a previous version of this a couple of times. And had some mixed thoughts on it. Thought it's okay. Thought it's like super polished, and when it comes to upcoming beat 'em ups on Steam, right, there's always a couple of different lenses through which we can observe and assess them, because the gamut of like budget and production value and general kind of quality, it really is pretty wide. Let me bump the audio because I think I lowered it in game. That should be better. So something can be pretty dank and still, we played last time as an example, Send in the Vampires. If you caught that, that's like such an absurd mess that like it could only exist in the context of some guy putting out something on Steam. You would never see something like that as a retail product in the past, where digital distribution and this kind of thing wasn't a thing. So in the context of like historically what you expect of this genre of game, like that's so far below like even the dankest Spanish bootleg arcade games that it doesn't even register on the scale, right? But currently on Steam there's so much of that stuff, like the entire scope, the breadth of which we can look at and expect to see where things, you know, land is so much wider that if we are to judge something like Takeover 2 on that scale, so much of it is just like vastly above average. Even this menu screen right here is like so much, like this looks like a real game, right? Just looking like a real, coming across as a real video game is enough to be above average. That's not to say that this game peaks at that, like, you know, because it does have a lot of really interesting and I think super polished aesthetic elements. And, you know, speaking of that consistency and coherent visual impression that I like that's something that this game has. The buttons feel good, like it's a good feeling game in a lot of ways. But if we judge it by the metrics of like a mid 90s beat 'em up, or, you know, where looking at like what you expect to get out of a game like this, I found that there are flaws in that kind of regard, but also just more generally, more generally, like presentational things that aren't so much to do with production value, but just like readability and things like that. White Buffalo, we'll take a look at that later. Thank you for the request. Feel free to remind me, because I will almost certainly forget. Let me, in fact, make sure to grab that link so I have it on hand. We'll check out Takeover 2 first, but we can do some box art reviews a little later. We'll try to get into that. So, this is kind of a weird but fun element. We can change colors of our character for... I was going to say for whatever reason. There doesn't need to be a reason for it. It's fun. Black Op, greetings. Never caught my opinion on Takeover 1. I have mixed and somewhat complicated feelings on the original Takeover. So I first played that game when it was in some form of early access in like 2013 or something. And I remember, like, it came out at a time where someone releasing a beat 'em up was in itself like super exciting and novel. It's that long ago, right? And I remember the version I first played had like, there's a punch button and a kick button, which is true here as well, and you could like cycle between punches and kicks infinitely, like just alternating punch kick, was just like an infinite. So the mechanics were pretty busted. But I mostly remember that eventually you get to this weird level where you're assaulted by this army of like savage monkey creatures or something, and there's like these giant rains of arrows, and it's like this complete gimmick stage where you have to take cover and you use a rifle to shoot these creatures and whatever. And I remember that level being like 10 times more difficult and 100 times more annoying than anything else in the game, so I just like gave up at that point. But the game saw a lot of updates after that, and I remember having come back to it. I'm pretty sure I have streamed it, but that would have been in probably like 2016 and 2017 or something, a very long time ago. And they had like fixed some things, but the general, you know, summary would be that I have not played it enough and not recently enough to have a well-formed opinion on it. But my memories of having played it was that it was too long, it was kind of tedious, it has like too many levels and it just sort of drags, and some of the gimmick stuff just kind of overstays its welcome. There's like this car truck level, like I do recall that the level I spoke of like was far less egregious in the later versions, so there was probably like some updates, and that punch kick infinite thing was definitely removed, so there were like improvements to it. But ultimately it was a big game that kind of overstays its welcome. And this game, the sequel, having, you know, the afterburner stuff in the trailer and everything, like I suspect that this will have a lot of the same issues. But visually it's polished, and it's got a kind of a weird look to some of it, but I appreciate that it's got a strong visual identity. I think the character design in both games is pretty lackluster, but again, by the metrics of current beat 'em ups, like there's something to it, and the visual style helps carry it, even if the designs of the characters themselves isn't, at least not super far up my alley. So again, you know, in summary, I'd have to really revisit it to have a proper opinion on it. But I think my general take on it was that it was impressive and well crafted in some ways, but I didn't fall in love with it. Go hard. So one thing that I really do like about this is like the use of 3D and the integration of like 3D assets and 2D assets. It's done well in a way that like complements the general presentation. I think it's pretty cool. Like there's dynamic lighting on the characters, and they're like, it's unclear to me, which I think is kind of cool, to what extent the characters are 2D assets versus 3D assets. Like, I would assume that everything is like pre-rendered. But the fact that it's a little ambiguous, I think is interesting, because it proves to me that sort of the tech is in service of an actual visual result, which I think is a good thing. So there's like a lot of stuff moving on screen, which is cool, but also will be a bit of a problem. Like all this debris and the smoke and fire and sparks and everything. Once we get into combat, there's going to be junk all over the screen, which is like a little obnoxious. And like the writing and the pacing of everything is kind of okay. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Bit iffy. Okay, punch, kick, jump, fireball. Okay, the writing is kind of like, ugh. Oh yeah, you can do the like those kind of interactions with the kicking stuff off the ground. It's super fun, but also like kind of broken. Oh, that's the parry button. Okay, let me look at the controls, because I don't remember. Set input, that's probably okay. I'm I'm not gonna press anything here, but you can run on left trigger, but I think maybe you can double tap to run. Right trigger is the no. Okay, wait, hang on. Right shoulder. Oh, right, I don't have any gun ammo. Yeah, so when they're stunned, you can do like a gun finisher. But yeah, so the big kind of issue... You see that? Like, you throw one guy into the other guy, and the one throw causes like 6 juggle hits. It's very funny. Yeah, but juggling is just like super overpowered, and like there's no limits to it basically. Like it's really sick. Like they put a lot of good effort into making sure like the light flash and the kind of the shake, the blood, the dust, like there's a lot of shit happening whenever attacks land. And it results in like just this, like landing punches and kicks feels awesome. And like juggling, it, you know, feels good. That's not a problem. But it's a bit fucked up that it's like you can just, there's no, again, no real limitations to your ability to just juggle any enemy indefinitely. And once there's more stuff happening on screen, like the... You see that juggle? Like, it's funny, and it's like, it kind of feels good, but it's like kind of fucked up. And you see, I can't see what's happening there on screen because I can't. Like the UI is kind of covering everything up. The red coin, that I guess does something. And you can apparently, this is something I've experienced with a lot myself, but your dodge roll is like mega buff too, because it can kind of get you out of anything. I don't want to go up to the left corner because then I know I can't see shit. Like the OTG kick is like funny and satisfying, but it also means that like even when you drop a juggle, before the guy gets to get off the ground, you can just restart the juggle basically. I could not perceive the enemy that hit me there. Like you got a little bit of foreground items going on too with the railing and stuff, that it's like, but like I think at least on hard difficulty, like there's, the enemies are pretty decent in their kind of, they're being aggressive, and like the Mohawk guys creeping up on you to slide. That's pretty okay. The recovery there, I was vulnerable. Yeah, these like scripted things, like this is kind of weird too, because I think this guy isn't like an actual real boss. This is just something that they kind of did for the demo. Oh, okay. This is a good change. In the previous version, this is like the first change I'm noticing. You can't just infinitely juggle these guys. In the previous demo, you can just knock them off the wall and just bounce, like wall bounce them indefinitely, let their jump kick. But this guy does that like cannonball foreground. Guess I'm hitting him. Why does this take so many hits? All right. Still kind of annoying to fight, but yeah. I haven't used the parry at all, by the way. I think the flow of the levels is like not great. It's not terrible, but like there's not a lot of my health didn't return. I wonder if they bounce back less. Huh. Oh, see, yeah, these guys are like regular enemies, but I think for the purposes of the demo, they just kind of had some placeholder bosses with like something that feels kind of like a boss fight, but just using a regular enemy, because it'll be the same at the end of this stage. All right, parry. I didn't mean to throw it that way. Parry. Yep, okay, so the parry has like a pretty huge window, and it can kind of capture whatever. I don't know if it... if it's like omnidirectional. But it used to be in the previous demo that you could be punished. The parry follow-ups. We're vulnerable. Can't see shit. Like if I do this little uppercut thing. Oh, I'm at full health, but screw it. What's up, Juno? It's not Brunin. Well, I'm unemployed, so stream schedule will remain weird and random, I'm afraid. So again, like the fact that you can do that, it's like kind of weird. I don't really like this like super wide belt with a lot of foreground obstacles, and like it's just kind of awkward to navigate. But again, like, the game feels good, and there's a lot of things about it that I think are really, it's really polished and well made. And I think, you know, as far as the infinite juggle stuff, that's, like, not necessarily a huge... Oh my god, I tried to throw him, but I just let go of the grab. It's time to parry. I fucked it up. I can't see what's going on here. Probably use the dodge roll more. The follow-up to the parry is not automatic. You press an attack button during the slowdown. See, that's such a great addition. So what used to happen in the previous demo was that you could very easily get like every enemy on screen caught in a juggle, and you just wall bounce them and juggle them until they're all dead. That guy's life bar was not empty. Yeah, there we go. So it didn't really matter that you were technically vulnerable while doing it, because practically you weren't. But the addition of those guys not you can't juggle those guys because they'll do the cannonball thing. It means that like this strat doesn't work. It works against like one guy who doesn't have any protections like that. But I don't think that, like, that's not necessarily a problem if manhole is preemptively opened up. But yeah, I didn't see that enemy existed. Alright, punch plus kick activates an airstrike apparently. Oh, there's a burger. Full health. Well, that was worth it. So I think, like, when I have sort of complaints about this game, you know, it's a completely different universe versus, you know, talking about Send in the Vampires and how that game is utterly baffling and non-functional. But it's more so that, like, there's things that I would sort of, to a degree, like, I would expect more of. Or it's like, you know, we played Phantom Gear, where it's like so many elements of it are extremely polished that anything that's less polished and just kind of okay really stands out. Yeah, see there, if this had been the previous version of the demo, that other guy would have punished me. So like the parry does not have any kind of resource or cost associated with it. It's just, you just do it. So in general, oh, I think they changed. Okay, this guy was not here in the other demo. See, but like you can launch them so far that, like, right, so this, you used to be able to do that to everyone at any time, basically. Yeah, in the old demo, they had the girl with the motorcycle helmet here, I think. And you fight Tank in the train. It's so weird, you have to just, like, manually walk into the train, and it's such a broad walk. Health doesn't refill, so that's why I'm... one up? Okay. It's so weird to have... I didn't think that there would actually be an item in the explosive barrel, but... There we go. What did they change? I haven't read, like, any change log or anything. I just heard that they buffed the parry. So specifically, the change with the parry is that the follow-up now has full iframes. And that did not used to be the case. The only other specific thing I've noticed is, again, like the Tank being in that stage, because he was at the end of this stage, I think. Now, I don't know, because I haven't, like I said, looked at or read any other specific patch notes. I would assume that there's a bunch of other smaller changes, but I don't know what those are. So the big, like, blood splash indicates that an enemy is dead, which is not a bad idea, like that big. But it's simultaneously good and bad. See there, like, if this had been the previous demo, I would have been punished for that parry follow-up. Basically, you couldn't use it if you had enemies on both sides, because the guy standing behind you would punish you for doing the follow-up, and that's no longer the case. I try. Okay, the jump didn't come out. But oh yeah, so the fat guy's not paying attention. Like it's so, like, the fact that you can so easily get someone to the wall and just, like, kick them off the wall repeatedly makes everything, like, it's not necessarily even that it, like, trivializes combat, although it does in a lot of cases. It's more that it just, like, takes a lot of the thought process out of it. But I don't know. Sorry, I'm, like, trying to finish 3 sentences at once. The fat guys do have, like, an infinite prevention, because they will do that explosive cannonball attack. The jump didn't come out. Off the wall. Try to parry. I mistimed it. Like, the OTG kick, it's, like, it feels awesome. It's so funny. But, it's, like, too good. So it seems like the wall bounce seems to trigger less consistently for whatever reason. See, that's his, like, wall juggle defense, and that's awesome. Like, more enemies should have that, but they should be doing different things. Like, everyone shouldn't protect against it in the same way, but just something to make, you know, neutral jump attacks not be a universal answer to everything, I think would greatly benefit the game. Being able to kill enemies in one hit with the fire axe is pretty satisfying. Oh, this is a new enemy. Oh, this is really interesting. The, okay, so they took out the bike helmet ladies completely. I like her character design a lot. She looks awesome. Or they, I guess. But of course you can just parry everything. You can OTG these characters. But they have the, yeah, they have the same projectile. Readability. It's weird, like the pacing, it doesn't feel like we've completed 3 full stages, but if you stuck all of this together into one stage, it would feel like the one stage is too long as well. This is new. The previous demo had the 3 stages, and then you went right into a boss fight. But yeah, so like, yeah, parry-giving health is like pretty absurd. Not if this does anything for us other than look cool. Oh my god, I didn't mean to run, so that meant the parry didn't come out. So I guess I can like farm parries here. Oh, okay, I was a little early there. But the parry's still not like a particularly tight window. And I guess it's omnidirectional. Let's actually confirm that. Yep, you don't need to face the right way to parry. Whatever. It's like too tedious. I can't be bothered. But yeah, I think the overall thing, like aside from the parry being in itself like kind of absurdly buff, it's got kind of the typical problem of a lot of modern beat 'em ups where you just have like there's such an emphasis on offense, and like you having all the tools to do sick ass anime Marvel combo videos, that there's far less concern given to sort of the balance. What? Okay. Like auto-aimed. Alright. I couldn't parry that, I guess. I just wanted to try it. Yeah, the parry is like extremely abusable. The wall juggles tend to be pretty abusable. Accidentally committed to jumping the wrong way. And I mean, I haven't like tried to do particularly well at the game, so I'm not sure. Like I was told that the dodge roll is also like fully invincible, right? Which makes sense. Makes sense from you would expect that perspective, not like it should be, to be clear. And again, I mean, it's not that an invincible roll is terrible, but there have to be upsides and downsides to your toolkit. If you can cancel out of anything into an invincible dodge roll that has like no recovery, and again, that in itself even isn't necessarily a problem, but that obviously means that that tool is incredibly powerful. The Punisher kind of sort of has that problem, you could argue, right? Because the 8-way roll in the Punisher is like absurdly good. It can kind of get you out of anything, but at the very least, there's like a little bit of recovery to it. I mean, if someone made the argument that the rolling in Punisher is too good and it makes the game worse for it, I wouldn't have a strong counter argument beyond the fact that, well, it's fun, it feels good, and I like that game, and I'm happy for that game to be a little easier than some other Capcom beat 'em ups because of it. But I think it's a, you know, you could argue that it kind of breaks the game perhaps. And as I understand it, the roll here is arguably more powerful than the roll in Punisher. But yeah, so like that's the thing, right? This I actually kind of want to give this a second go because I want to get to the end. I didn't expect there to be so many differences in like the content, so I'll try not to die as much. Let's see if we can like maybe I'll see if I can try to be more cheap. Like I basically didn't use the parry at all in the first stage. That is so funny, that like the throw juggle. But yeah, there's just this very strange imbalance between your power levels and like the abusability of a lot of your tools. Like again, the OTG kick I think is like, it feels awesome, but it's like problematic and a little strange that it's so free to use. All right, let me cash out this combo, I guess. How long do I have to wait for that? A pretty long time. I don't know if there's like score extends or... Like, the thing is too, like, you see how quickly I recover from a whiff parry? Like, I dropped the juggle combo and I could just OTG him off the ground. Stuff like this is like funny. And in a good way. Like the spawning of enemies. Like there's a good sort of dynamic feel. Like for as kind of uneventful and arguably boring that the levels are. Like there's visual interest pretty constantly. What I think is lacking see that is just like pretty stupid that you can do that. Oh yeah, I have like a super joy that I never use also. Being able to hit the other guys when you're grappling. Okay, let's cash out this combo. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, like talking about power levels. Okay, the dodge roll couldn't dodge the car. That's so fucked up. Like the warning sign appears like on a specific Z axis point, but that's not where the truck shows up, because I saw the warning sign, I moved out of the way, and then the car didn't arrive where the warning sign was, it arrived where I was. That's a bit fucked up. The Kalman filter. Yeah, so I think again, like, pressing buttons in this feels good and it's fun. But the power levels thing is weird, and I feel like like the root cause of that is like a design philosophy thing where modern beat-em-ups emphasize, you know, quote-unquote player expression. I can probably punish that, but... Okay, he has wake-up iframes. For something like that, I think... Yeah, you can probably abuse this. Just loop him like that. But like a lot of modern games emphasize that like ability to do combo video shit over the challenge and like putting obstacles in your way in form of enemy encounters and giving you tools to deal with those obstacles. It's much more common, I feel like, to have the player character's abilities designed and created in sort of a vacuum, irrespective of the what the enemies can do. So it's like this kind of training mode combo video dummy design where And you see this like a lot with open board games. Whenever there's like a trailer or a video update for open board thing, it's always like, oh shit, take a look at these 5 characters from different games doing 800 hit combos, juggling their 12 supers into one another. There's an appeal to that, obviously. You know, it looks cool, but doing those kinds of things has like no, for me, connection to the actual engaging appeal of a beat 'em up. Like, being able to do cool shit is awesome. Like, I like doing cool shit, but first of all, those extended combos with like supers into supers into supers, juggling, whatever, like that isn't necessarily my personal definition of cool shit. But even aside from that, being able to do cool shit is, to me, means far less for engagement versus mentally like having to engage in decision making strategically during the course of gameplay. Like, I can face off against 2 basic enemies and all of a sudden I have to think, like, a perfect example in this game, the fat guys bouncing off the walls and doing their like infinite protection move. I have to turn my brain back on and go, oh shit, right, I have to account for this now. That's engaging. Doing your paint by numbers dial combo sequence on a defenseless, you know, what might as well be a training mode dummy, to me, that is not engaging in the same way. What's up, Running Wild? Yeah, we're going to be taking a look, hopefully, at Night Slashers later today. That's one of the games on my backlog that I've been curious to look at. But yeah, like I said, I think, you know, Cosmic Invasion has that out the ass. Like, there's, you know, huge combo video potential, but the enemies are not interesting to fight. And I think that's, like, pretty common. And I'm intrigued by the fact that, like, there's like, the hitbox on this neutral jump kick is so huge. The fact that it, like, almost regardless of where you are on screen, it's setting up for these like juggles. That animation of slamming into ground, very satisfying. Like, there's a lot of shit like that that just like, man, they fucking nailed the look and feel of such and such. So let me grab this because I'm curious if, yep, of course, carrying a weapon doesn't mean you don't get access to the parry. Like, I have the roll, I have the parry, and like I said, I have a super joy that I never even use because I like forget that it exists because I never need it. Of course, I can parry into or cancel into the parry. Not from throw recovery frames, apparently, which is like whenever you come across a limitation of any kind here, it's kind of like, oh shit, they prevented me from doing that? That's crazy. The guy just exploded himself. That was pretty funny. Take that. And again, like the parry, I guess, doesn't really have startup, so you can kind of mash the parry if you think you're about to get hit. So yeah, you just have like far many tools to deal with situations than what is kind of reasonable, and the enemies can't do much about it. Whoa, okay. The lingering effect on that shockwave thing is kind of confusing. Let's use this. So that you collect these red S coins to fill up that bar under your life gauge, and when it's full, you get access to the airstrike, which is pretty funny that we're in a subway. But there's so many little things here that they just like nailed in terms of the hit stop and the interactions, like the physics of things flying across screen and doing the like OTG kick. Like, there's legitimately a bunch of I tried to parry the guy on the right, but I accidentally parried the guy on the left instead. Like, there's so much shit like that that they just did an awesome job with. And then there's like all these other things that seem questionable. And yeah, the fact that they buffed the parry from the previous patch is like insane to me, because even with the obvious weakness of the follow-ups being punishable, I still felt like the parry was too strong. Okay, you can't run while carrying things. That's something. This like finishing move, I'm not sure what the purpose is, but that's the whole thing. Like, there's a lot of things that don't necessarily seem like they have a very specific purpose. They're just there because it's cool. And I don't know, I'm hesitant to say that that's inherently bad, but I guess that the issue is more about where that sort of thoughtlessness can end up. And I would say, like, even something like that, the fact that you can punish those guys' wall bounces isn't necessarily a bad thing, because all it does is, like, or like the purpose, really, of all that, to me, is just, like, mixing things up, like, preventing you from having one solution to everything. In the previous demo, the neutral jump kick was like the answer to everything, and now it isn't. And even if there's an equally simple solution, just the fact that you now have to consider which of your easy answers you have to apply, it's like an exponentially more complicated brain process. Simple as it is, you know. Anything is a big step up from zero. Sometimes the readability is a real issue. But I'm honestly hugely encouraged by the fact that there's so many more differences here from the last demo than I expected. And there are many, like, or not many necessarily, but there are some very noticeable things, which makes me curious. Like, it would lead me to suspect that there's also a lot of things that aren't, like, more subtle things to do with like frame data or hitboxes or enemy behavior timings and whatever. Yeah, like, that's cool. It's just like the whole gun mechanic is also, I don't want to say that it's not well thought out, but it's there are many things that it's a little unclear what specific purpose it's meant to fulfill. That juggle, like multi-juggle hit from a throw will never not be funny to me. Yeah, but the thing is, again, you can just kind of mash parry with no penalty, and that's like the real fucked up part. These little scripted sequences are a bit messed up, but I could probably save that for... Whoa! Okay. Oh! Fucked up. Parry. Okay, OTG. Oh, off range. Okay, I can OTG again after the OTG, and we can just loop this. Fight solved. Okay. Level ends, but thankfully we get some farming time here. Yeah, so Tank was, in the previous demo, the boss of this stage was the motorcycle helmet lady, and Tank was the boss of the train interior stage. And in this version, they've Oh, I have to walk one step further. There we go. Yeah. Just celebrating entering the train successfully. So now they added Sledgehammer Girl as the boss of this stage. And Tank is just like an enemy here now. It was like kind of the same setup where the Biker Helmet Girl, where I mean, again, like all these like fake, non-real bosses for the demo, they're presented like a boss fight, but as soon as we leave that scene, they're just a regular enemy. I don't know if I assume they didn't remove the actual boss fight, but I didn't get this far. Well, I got this far, but I didn't get that far. So in the earlier version, that fight is after this stage, but this version has another stage after this, where you're outside the train, and that's where I game over. Whoa! He beat up my neutral jump kick. So yeah, like this game's a lot of fun, and it's enjoyable to play. But I think for everything that they're doing well, there's so many things that I think just like demonstrate kind of questionable taste or lack of thought. Some of that, of course, can be attributed to the fact that the demographic of this game isn't necessarily like, oh, it's trying to mash parry there. Fuck it. Didn't twist this, but whatever. Tired of just walking around with a full meter. Enemies hiding in like trash cans and piles of boxes is very funny to me. I like that a lot. Mash parry. I should prioritize parry mashing. Get some health back. Just incredibly stupid. See, I like, if you mistime a parry completely, you literally can just mash it. It's like the parry doesn't have any startup or recovery. It's only active frames. So just like squeeze out a parry in any time you, I mean, I'm not sure that's literally true, but that's how it feels. I feel like there needs to be a lengthy recovery. Like at the very least, I think the parry should be weakened in multiple ways. But if it remains as it is, I feel like there at least needs to be a recovery window after a whiff parry. But yeah, so the demographic, like, of a game like this releasing on Steam, I feel like isn't going to be primarily arcade enthusiasts, right? So the difficulty balancing and the kind of power level balance makes sense that it's not comparable to like a, you know, a 90s arcade game. All right, look at how much damage that did. That's like so satisfying. Yep, killer in 2 hits. That's sick. Oh, right. She has that move, which I can counter like that. Good. No damage. So I understand it, like the kind. I mean, and I'm not a super like high level hardcore arcade player, but I like that. Like whenever you don't, games that don't try to balance their difficulty that way tend to, in my experience, not have. They're not doing anything else in. You know, to replace it or instead, like it's kind of, I mean, I guess you could say that what they're doing instead is create a more approachable experience that more people can see through to the end and enjoy that way. But I think like that is not inherently worth that much to me, I guess. At least if you reach the point of it not feeling like it's engaging. I think this, I mean, way, way, way more than something like Cosmic Invasion in its kind of poorly balanced difficulty, challenge, power level, etc. Because pressing buttons feels really good, like the sound design is good, like the enemy reactions feel great, like it's actually, it's fun on that really primal level, which can definitely carry games really far. And I think generally that's something that many beat 'em ups, that's a more crucial thing and a more pressing issue that a lot of games have, even above things like pacing and challenge. Like if the game is, if pressing buttons feels good, it's not gonna, like the pacing, I don't want to say that it doesn't matter as much, but like not feeling good on that basic fundamental level will grossly exacerbate every other issue in the game. What's up, Onyx Sunken Grotto? Greetings. We're playing the updated demo for Takeover 2. So this level was not in the previous demo. So like, yeah, I try to set up like a wall bounce juggle, and I like fucked up the spacing, but then I can just walk up to him and OTG him off the ground. And like, that's the thing, like you try to set up this sick thing and you sort of fuck it up, you fail, and then you just get to do it anyway. That's like kind of this game in a nutshell. Match parry. No, okay. I didn't need to match parry because I landed on him. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to match parry on Wake Up and having limited success. Oh, there we go. So these guys, Tank is like super easy to deal with, or Tar, I guess. I'm pretty sure the other guy's named Tank. Maybe I misread it. Because he will block your attack. And normally I find blocking enemies like always inherently super annoying. Timing on that, well, okay. Super Joy. Ah, I fucked up that. I didn't actually need to neutral jump to dodge her. That was just kind of a lucky coincidence turned unlucky coincidence. Guy just standing there is a bit awkward, but it's letting me explode him, so fine. But yeah, like the blocking enemies is something that usually drives me nuts, because it's just typically not fun to deal with. But more importantly, like a lot of beat 'em ups don't actually give you tools to deal with it. But here, oh, I couldn't grab him. That's weird. The guys who block your attacks will like inevitably jab back at you after blocking. So you can just like make them block anything and then just parry their retaliation and you get health back and juggle them, whatever. Like those rolling guys can be a little cheap, but because the parry is so powerful, it's like a non-issue. I'm using my guns for much anyway, I might as well do this. I don't know if, like, I don't know how the stun mechanic worked exactly. And I don't know if there's a particular benefit to... He actually punished my parry, or I fucked up the parry at least. It's not fair to say that he punished it per se, but oh, same thing happened. Like mashing parry didn't work, shockingly. Grab that full health burger. Parry. But yeah, I'm super encouraged by the fact that this demo has like changed as much. Like there's a few but very crucial differences Like, even if the parry's buffed, which is stupid, my thought playing the demo previously was kind of like, well, this is what the game's gonna be then. Right, so this enemy was the boss of the subway platform level previously. And I feel like I've never even seen them do anything, because you could just juggle them with no recourse. So interesting, these guys now, they will also bounce off the wall, but they don't actually attack, they just land. But they do use their gun, which I feel like they didn't do. Actually, I guess I don't really know what they did, because in the previous demo, I would literally just juggle them. So, yeah. This game's not without issues for sure, and the fact that we've seen so, like, such updates here in this demo gives me encouragement that we'll continue to see more stuff. But yeah, the stage structure, this seems like more intended, because there was like graffiti that said the pit. Like, it seems like there's a logical progression through here, but I think it has the same kind of problem as well, one specific problem that I had with Shredder's Revenge, which is that there's something about the pacing of the stages being like, there's this very flat rhythm of one stage section, one boss fight, one level clear screen, one little cutscene thing, one intro thing, one stage. Like, there's just this like stage, boss, end of level, start of level, stage, boss. Like, there's no flow to different sections having different, like, lasting different lengths. There's no memorable moments happening in each level. I think the subway platform is kind of the worst, because you go through multiple platforms and there's multiple spots where I thought, all right, this is where the boss fight's happening, right? It's like, nope, we're going through these additional turnstiles. We keep going. The level keeps going with nothing to interrupt the flow. I think this game, even though the core combat mechanics feel pretty good, and from a visual standpoint, they do have some fun enemy entrances and stuff, the enemy encounters don't feel different. I couldn't tell you about any individual encounters. Like, I can tell you about entering the underground room in Final Fight, breaking the box, taking care of like 2 or 3 guys, and then Bilbo comes charging in. You know, you go up the stairs and there's 2P or J or whoever, I guess it's J, just sitting down by the chicken, and you fight him. Like, obviously I've played Final Fight more than I played this game, so maybe that's not 100% fair comparison. But like, even the stuff that I couldn't describe in specific detail, there are things where it's like, oh, it's that guy shows up here. Like, you know, a memorable moment and beat doesn't have to be a big cutscene or a story beat. Like, in fact, it's kind of the opposite. I mean, those things can be cool, but those things aren't the game. Like, if you need to break up the game to provide an interesting, cool, memorable set piece moment, it kind of means that your actual game isn't memorable. Yeah, like the encounters are homogenized, yes, but I think it's not strictly a matter of oh, they're using too many of the same enemy types. I mean, I don't know, maybe you could take the existing enemy types in this game and mix them up in a different way to make it feel more specific, but I think part of it is that you don't have to apply enough of a different strategy. Again, taking Final Fight as an example, if you know ahead of time, which is like almost how you have to deal with that Bilbo encounter and a few others, like, you will be ready to jump or Super Joy or whatever to deal with it. Obviously, you know, there's a chicken right after, so you can afford to do that Super Joy, no problem. But if you get caught off guard, you're like, oh fuck, like, I was doing this, I was entering this screen with this mindset, I was trying to deal with these enemies on screen this way, now this curveball comes and shit, I gotta deal with it, I gotta rethink the situation. this game hasn't really put me in that mindset. And it's hard to tell from me how much of that is the way the enemies, like the specific behavior of the enemies. Like what is the fix to that issue? I don't know. Is it the enemy behavior? Is it the player having certain abilities that just cover too many options? Is it the physical arrangement of the environment and how you are allowed to move around? Is it the staggering of enemy spawns when they happen? Like, another big issue I see in a lot of beat 'em ups is the scrolling and moving the stage forward, and enemy spawns happen very, like, it's one or the other. Like, you fight guys, everyone's dead, and then you move on, the screen stops scrolling, you stand there, and then enemies show up. Final Fight has a lot of sections where you can scroll, like you can even despawn enemies because you can keep pushing the screen forward. Like, enemy spawns shouldn't be so, like, static. Like, it's cool that we have visual variety of guys jumping out of boxes and coming out of doorways and whatever, but there also needs to be this feeling of, I'm in the middle of something here, I'm fighting these guys, I'm pushing the screen forward, I'm trying to pick up this item, whatever it is, and enemies arriving isn't only like, okay, now enemies show up, this means a fight is about to start, and I defeated an enemy, so here's the next one. Like, those, you need to have those. Those are the most absolute basic building blocks, but there should be enemies spawning, like, while other things are happening, whether that's pushing the screen forward or you're in the middle of a fight or whatever. Like, it drove me nuts how in both Cosmic Invasion and Shredder's Revenge, but more egregiously in Cosmic Invasion, where there's like two enemies on screen, and the instant one gets killed, the next one starts spawning in, and you never get more than two people, so you never get that feeling of being overwhelmed because, oh, here I'm dealing with 2 or 3 enemies, it's fine. Oh shit, here's enemies 5, 6, 7. Those kinds of things. And I think ultimately, yes, it's a problem if every encounter feels the same. You have that homogeneous feeling, like you're saying. But I think the homogeneity is not strictly defined as like every encounter is designed the same way, so the experience is the same every time. I mean, yes, that is that too. But I think not just in terms of combat strategy that you have to apply, but I think the general, much more basic level of intensity, the tempo, the, you know, those kinds of things, the peaks and valleys of challenge and intensity and excitement, that to me is the more, like, you can have a game that's not particularly challenging necessarily, but you feel like something new is happening, and you kind of go, oh right, I wasn't ready for this, or oh, that's interesting, and that can create something really engaging. And if you have encounter after encounter after encounter, and the flow structure from like traversal combat, cutscene, boss fight, screen transition, traversal combat, like if that just never changes, like you will, like it's this kind of flat line of excitement that I think a lot of games suffer from. And I think this game has issues with that for sure. The levels aren't like 15 minutes long, which is a good thing, but they aren't, like, I don't know, as exciting as they maybe should be either. Alright, so I think you can, actually I guess I don't know, I was gonna say I think you can just juggle those guys infinitely, but they died before I could check. Chocomanado, welcome. By the way, I don't think I said hi. And I, yep, I can summon an airstrike. Couldn't tell what the fuck happened. Oh my god, that still hit me. I guess I'm forced to parry. Alright, I guess I'm meant to do that. The range on the parry. I remember there being like something about different phases. Can I shoot him? Nope. Wrong. Oh, that's a cool effect. don't know why that didn't hit him. That's unsurprising. Oh my god. I wasn't ready for that quick jab. I was mashing parry. So, like, you know, there's technically... Oh, okay. I guess his bar is, like, building up when he's blocking. Now it's full. Okay. Oh, I can't go... Right, that's the thing. You can't OTG him. I was trying to kick these things into him, and it, like, didn't work very well. I'm not allowed to grab him. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, this guy is at least operating on its own rules, which is appropriate for a boss. Like, Shockwave, weirdly difficult to dodge. Okay. I recall you can still, again, in the previous demo, it's time to jump. That Shockwave moves so slowly. Like, you could do this, but because he would summon other enemies, like, that's what's keeping you from doing this, hypothetically. Actually, don't. It's got a lot of health. This fight is, I think, a bit more tedious than it ought to be. But I will say that, like, for I don't feel like I should have to force him to block that many attacks for that long to trigger that sort of thing. And then once this gets going, but again, it's like encouraging that there's some thought being put into it. Weirdly difficult to dodge. Kind of weirdly awkward that you can't, like, sort of cancel into your running punch uppercut. That's also like a good juggle. Okay, maybe you can jump when carrying. I was trying to jump and it didn't work. Just do that. You know, in the grand context of tedious, annoying beat-em-up boss fights, I think this design-wise does have more going for it than a lot of them. But I think it's a more of an issue of balance. Like, conceptually, the building blocks of how that fight is structured, for, you know, being one of those fights where you're not allowed to just punch the boss, you have to do something, or you have to wait, or there's phases, or their impenetrable defense has to be whittled down or whatever. I think that is way more engaging than, like, the armor shit in Cosmic Invasion, for example, or, you know, some of the Turtles bosses where they just do their invincible thing and you just have to wait until the fight resumes. But I think, again, like, the balance of how long certain phases last, or how much you need to do of a certain thing, how much health he has, like, it could be tweaked for a more engaging experience for sure. But yeah, I do kind of wonder, like I said, that the boss fights feel like they're kind of placeholdery fake boss fights. But, like, if what we just played, and given what I vaguely recall from the first game, what we just played could easily be, like, you know, level 1, and there's like 6 to 8 levels of that length. Because the first game has some, like, I don't know if it uses stage numbers the same way. I think it's like 1-1, 1-2, like that sort of setup. But it's like a really long game for, you know, by arcade beat 'em up standards. And I suspect that this probably will too. Like, I'd be shocked if they put out this game with its fucking afterburner levels and shit, and it's like a, 50-minute game. Like, even this took, like, what? Probably about 50 minutes, I feel like. Not quite, but it's, it's going to be long. And given how that boss fight worked, the pit fight, Skull Crusher, whatever, you wouldn't want that at the end of every 3-minute stage. Like, it would be maddening. So again, like, you could imagine what we saw in this demo being one pretty long, but one stage. Imagine if, like, every section, like, if the entirety of what we just played was like 5 to 6 minutes as opposed to like the 20, 30 or whatever that long. Like, that'd be an extremely varied, exciting, super roller coaster of a level. But I think so many games just suffer from having to live up to expectations of players who would, just obsess over the game needing to be X hours long. But yeah, that's a whole other thing. But it's fun. Like, I like that demo better than the last one, for sure. And like, yes, the parry healing you and shit, like, there's a lot of stupid stuff, but I feel like that was true of the previous demo too. And specifically, like, even if I'm sure there's probably a bunch of other minor things, just the addition of some enemies, not like enemies recovering from being wall bounced, like, that kind of changes everything. Like, it addresses one of the major complaints I had. But yeah, there's probably still plenty of other things that could benefit from being addressed. But the game's coming out in September, which is relatively soon, and it wouldn't shock me if this game does also keep getting patched for years to come. So for me, I think it, like, and again, also, I guess I should say, like, just the general core feel of it being so fun and good, compared to so many other Steam beat-em-ups that have all of the issues that this game has, but then also don't feel good and also drag. Like, compared to that, it's pretty good. I want to take a short break before we take a quick look at the Blades and Battles demo. But before we do, we did have a box art review request, so why don't we tackle that real quick? Hop on over here, and I'll image sorted. And we shall be taking a look at the Japanese Saturn release of Time Commando. I like they put the cover, or the title a couple of times here on the box for good measure. We just put the title there on the left. Why not? Of course, the glorious, I don't even know how to describe this, but an action adventure, general, according to Game FAQs. But yeah, this was Frederick Reynolds' follow-up to Alone in the Dark, I believe, memory serves. And this is a game that has, like, a reputation for being difficult and weird and bad, but I think it's pretty sick. Like, it's, it's not without its flaws, but it's one thing just on its absolute core that I think is so cool. Like, it's a game, following up, although I guess Little Big Adventure probably came out in between Alone in the Dark and this, but it kind of builds on that, in that it uses, like, animated, it's like pre-rendered backgrounds and real-time 3D characters, but it has all, like, it's all moving camera. And that's something that I think is just not really explored all that much. I think it's like an underexplored idea. Like, in general, combining, like, pre-rendered or, like, static or dynamic, for that matter, 2D elements with 3D elements. There's so much cool shit you can do with it. But yeah, this is like you go through these different time periods, and essentially it's like this pseudo auto-scrolling action beat 'em up thing, but it also has like adventure. Like, you know, there's definitely some Alone in the Dark and Little Big adventure DNA in this game. I have a soft spot for it, but I do recall the few times that I've played it, I did not manage to get very far. The cover, I think, is a little bit suffering from weird framing of it. So this was a PC game. It came out on consoles too. I'm pretty sure it would have the same box art in like the PC big box version. Excuse me. Ooh. And it definitely feels like you should just crop off a bit of the left, and then you have the proper formatting for that. So there's just like a bit of extra space, but at least it's not black. I don't know. But I guess it had like the it's like the spine of the box with the title on it, kind of feels like. It's a little strange. I do have a bit of a soft spot for this era of like post Myst CG stuff. But I think more so in, I don't know, not necessarily in the context of this like key illustration artwork. I don't hate it, but like I feel like I greatly enjoy the visuals of this within the game itself. But in like for something like this, it's not as necessarily compelling. I mean, depends on what it is, obviously, but I'm not in love with this cover. I think what it is makes sense. Like it's doing the fancy like CG water ripples and like it's his weird bump mapped like bodysuit. It's of its time for sure. I think the title treatment, like the logo with the little wavy like shadow whatever, it's actually pretty cool. I like that. But I'm not in love with this cover, but I like there's something, a bit of atmosphere to it. Like it sure feels appropriately French. And it's not super ugly. I think the composition, like the concept of it is like there's a bit of artistry to it, right? Like it doesn't, if this was an American game, or I don't know if like there's an American release that has a very different cover, but it's very easy to imagine a version of this cover, or you know, a cover for this game that has the main character fucking guns blazing, very actiony, and not this like we're seeing him from behind lurking and going into his time bubble or whatever. So there's something to be said for that. Greetings, Mr. Radon and Raiders. Welcome, everyone. We're indulging in a little bit of box art review here in between beat 'em ups. So I think there is like, that's the part I can appreciate about this. Like for being this like generic of its era 3D rendering, the thought that went into the composition and the pose and the atmosphere it's trying to convey, there's something cool there, I think. But at the same time, like it definitely passes the back of the box test. If I saw this and didn't know what it was, I'd be super intrigued to look at the back of the box at some screenshots to figure out what the game is. It does not really pass the poster test for me. It's not interesting enough. It's not evocative enough. It's not pretty enough. But it's got some things going for it. I don't hate it. Even if I think this is, I don't want to say the worst version, but like the same illustration cropped and formatted properly, like the PC big box version, I think would probably look more appealing, but not to the point where it would really shift the rating too far either way. So ultimately, I think for me, this quintessential 3-star box, perfectly fine, adequate. There's something neat about it. I don't dislike it, but there's not much that would make me ever feel like, if I was asked about like above average, nice, cool box arts that aren't among that like absolute favorites, I dig through quite a lot. I dig pretty deep before I would think of Time Commando, probably. So there you go. There's my review. We did just take a look at the updated Takeover 2 demo. We're going to take a look at the updated Blades and Battles demo very shortly. But before we do, I'm going to take a short break. And I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. All right. To raid on with the attempted buzzer beater. Didn't quite work out, perhaps, but hey, not like you were gonna spend those 1,000 jig bucks on anything else of greater importance, right? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I am back, and we will be playing more video games. As mentioned, the demo for upcoming Fantasy Barbarian Knight, whatever, beat 'em up, Blades and Battles, which the generic beat 'em up title championships have yet to be decided, but this is a pretty strong candidate, I think. I'm gonna forget it if I don't do it now, so let me update the title. Macaw45 informed me that apparently this demo had an update that purported to do some kind of major overhaul to the combat mechanics or something. So I'm very curious to give this another look. So let me boot this up and see if we can get a capture going. Audio levels seem to perhaps have been pre-adjusted. So I want to see... Right, of course it's... Yeah, a lot of the presentation isn't as polished. It's a little visually confusing. The left and right bumpers like scroll through pages here. I think... The reason I wanted to look at this was I was trying to determine if I would want to play this with an arcade stick, but can't be bothered. Did I play the Lady Death demo? I have not played the Next Fest demo, but I have played multiple previous playtest versions of Lady Death, and I'm not sure if there's any updates to it, so I've not made it a great priority. I think the demo on Steam is pretty much the same version as the most recent playtest, which was like a couple of weeks ago. That's what I would assume anyway, and they have not communicated very clearly if that's not the case. Did I see the new He-Man trailer? If there was a trailer released in the last day or two, no. I'm honestly not really... Like, I'm excited about that game for sure, but I'm happy to not watch any more trailers and just play the game. But I have not seen anything new from that since before it was supposed to come out in April. Alright, let's see. X to attack. You can up attack to launch, down attack in the air to do the... Yeah, right. Double tap to run. A to jump. Special attacks with different directions. I played this before, I'm just kind of refreshing my memory. This game definitely has some weirdness going on. Like, so it's all 3D, and then it has this, like, low-res rendering, and the weird, like, sort of cel-shaded crushed color palette. Like, some elements of this look good, some really don't, in my opinion. It's a very... You know, I was talking before about pixel art and stuff and how Beatdown City didn't really impress me with its visual style. This is another completely different type of an example where I feel like there's... Obviously, there's an attempt to have this kind of retro aesthetic, just in a very big set of air quotes. It's not replicating anything specific from the past, which is totally fine. But I feel like it's combining different elements in ways that don't necessarily play to their strengths. Like the low resolution rendering, I have no issue with. I think you can do cool stuff with it. I mean, I basically do the exact same thing for my World of Jiggy things, right? But and I have no issue really with the use of like post effects. Like, I mean, the resolution is probably done in post, but the you know, color grading and visual effects and stuff that's happening. But I think the lighting sort of shading model with the for sake of simplicity, we'll just call it cell shading. I don't think it's like benefiting anything really, and like the character models and textures don't feel like they're necessarily authored in a way to like benefit from the other kind of limitations or stylistic touches. Like looking at the rocks here, the textures on the kind of highlights, like it's done in this kind of deliberately simplistic style, but then you have the tree canopies and even the grass texture on top of the rocks. Like it's just a very incongruous approach to detail, not just an uneven level of detail. And even the colors, like the sort of orange color on the hilt of the sword, like surely it's meant to be like metal, right? But it's not. Like even the blade of the sword, I don't know, the rocks kind of look more metallic than the sword. There's a lot of elements that I think just don't really come together in a way that is elevated by the general approach taken with the art direction. What's up, Macaw 45 with the Burger Pyramid? Keep going by all means. Juno with the parry. To put it in a different way, the if we were to imagine that as like a skilled set of artists and developers were working on a game within these like imagined limitations with like screen resolution and whatever else, you could do something that even with like the cell shading, whatever, like you could do something that looks so much better. Like I think the it's interesting. Low quality, medium, high. Like it's, you can see in the background, like the ambient occlusion, I guess, is like disappearing. Oh, we can play with pixelated pixelation or very pixelated pixelation. Yeah, you can kind of see it in the tree again. Or off. I wonder if this is a new thing. I don't remember this being in the other demo. It's so weird. I want to turn it off just to see what it looks like. I think this looks kind of way better. Like, there's so much actual detail put in some of the textures. I mean, yes, there's still a kind of peculiar, incongruous approach here to how things are textured. But yeah, looking at this, like this only reinforces my feel that the low resolution pixelation thing is not. It really feels like an afterthought. It doesn't feel like a core component to how the game is meant to look, because the assets clearly aren't designed like with that in mind. So let's play it like this, because it's also going to be a little different from the last time I played it. And yeah, like the character models, they're not super detailed, but there's a lot of types of details that just kind of disappears with the other sort of rendering style. But yeah, like the animation's pretty amateurish, which is fine, you know, it's not a super high budget mega production value game. The interpolate of the animations, I mean, not really. The animation is still certainly not moving at 60 FPS, that's for sure. Maybe it's something changed from the previous version. I doubt that, but yeah, like to a degree, there's obviously things where if you render things at a lower resolution, it can hide certain things. But But yeah, like it's kind of like a super simple thing here is like there's quite a lot of geometry in this model, because you can tell that there's depth in the wrapping on his legs and arms. And even the folds in his pants and everything, like his face, the hair, there's a lot of detail there. But then you have his like skirt loincloth thing, which not only is completely flat, but it's also just like the mesh is just skinned to his legs, so it stretches whenever he bends his legs. So again, like it's just an incongruous level of detail, which in itself feels inauthentic to like old games in a way, because you wouldn't have, it's like it's I don't know, it's like this 360, maybe even like more modern than that level of geometric detail on the model, but the skinning is like maybe PS2 quality, sort of. Then the animation is like mid 90s PS1 quality, so it's like it's kind of all over the place. But again, I'm not particularly concerned about authenticity. It's more about it just doesn't feel consistent. What was the verdict on Takeover 2? I'm not sure what specifically has changed, other than like there were some obvious changes where there was one more level and some changes in enemy, like there was a new enemy type and they changed the order of which bosses were where. But the one super clear gameplay difference is that multiple enemy types can no longer be wall bounced endlessly. They do like a sort of a counter attack when you hit them against the wall. So that alone is a big improvement in like forcing you to turn on your brain occasionally. But the parry was buffed, so the follow-up attacks are invincible, which is really stupid. But I had fun with it. Like, it feels good to play. I'm encouraged by there being changes, and I look forward to more changes. Anyway, oh yeah, we can I think, well, maybe... All right, we pick character first, then we can change colors. But all of them look kind of weird. We'll do the tutorial. Who knows if there's something new here. In fact, I don't remember if this tutorial was in the demo previously. I don't think it was. Did I? Okay, you can. That's kind of weird that there's like physical collision, by the way. I for sure think the game looks way better without the pixelation filter. Even if there's like still some goofiness with the kind of incongruous level of detail or quality to stuff, there is a lot of things that are actually good. Like, I think the animation isn't great, but you know, you have a little bounce, and the way sort of the modulated frame rate means that there is a pretty snappy feel of going from one pose to another, like the hit stop, the pushback, like a lot of those basic things. I think this game does quite well. Super special. Like some of these, I feel like there's a big whiff of like cartoony VFX asset pack to a lot of those things. Then you have the little fire there on the torch, which is like clearly misaligned. You have the strange, almost but not quite pixel art thing, you know, going on for the icons in the HUD. You have a multitude of fonts in different pixel sizes. It's funny, like, I don't know how much has changed in this, but I'm like so enamored with the change, like being able to disable the pixel filter, like, has breathed so much life into this because it looks so much more appealing. So I do recall there being... I can dodge... like, yeah, a lot of the approach to... like, the art direction is not consistent. So the blue squares there are my special move mana thing that just recovers on its own. Right. Do a little Z-axis dodging. There's gonna be enemies in a little bit. Actually, these archers might be new. I don't remember. One thing I do remember from the previous demo is that, yeah, the combo, like, it's funny. The Takeover had the opposite thing where you have to wait around a really long time for the combo to end. But here it's like there aren't enough enemies to keep the combo going, seemingly. I still also kind of feel like for me, just stylistically, and this is a super subjective, not a critique really, but I think the feel, like the sort of lightweight pace, like of these rapid attacks, like the sound design as well, like it doesn't feel like we're using like heavy swords. Like the feel of the combat doesn't... Oh, okay, interesting. That gives us an actual extra... The feel of the combat doesn't feel like it's built around providing a specific feel of, you know, waving these big swords around. Graphically reminds me of Towerborn. Man, that game was so boring. Just the fact that you have these like canceling stuff into stuff, and it's like just like this whole thing, right? Okay, this little skull gauge is new. Trying to dash through. Alright, so there's this whole guard crush thing. Hitbox is pretty ridiculous there. Of course, the heavy attacks or special doesn't really... But yeah, the... Generally, like, it feels updated and improved and polished, sure, but at the core of this does certainly feel like it's still the same game as it was. I think it's perfectly fine for this game to feel the way it does. But I feel like it would be more interesting, I guess, if yeah, this is a weird pacing thing. I just have to like manually leave here. Like, even if you have a path choice, like, oh man, I wish the game would just like push you forward a bit more. Nicely short level, that's good. But I think so many modern games are so like afraid of like, or I mean, afraid is not really the right word for it, because I think most of them just don't think to do it. But so much of what make arcade beat 'em ups well paced in a lot of cases is just necessity, or at the very least convention, born from the environment in which these games were designed and played, where you obviously can't just let the player hang out and stand around forever. You, like, you know, you need a certain cash flow that you want to incentivize by forcing players to move forward. But that has the I'm hesitant to even call it a side effect, but it has the effect of also making sure that the game keeps moving. Obviously, the conditions are not the same for a modern game. Like, you're not literally occupying a unit that could be used by a different player who would insert money into it, so that incentive design wise is not there. But I just feel like, as a player, it doesn't feel good to have the game be so just chill. Especially when it's not like, even there's no go sign, there's no pointing. Like, you fight the boss and you stand there and kind of go, okay, now what? Like, it doesn't feel like it's my turn to push things forward. I feel like it's the game's turn to do something to advance things, and I'm just waiting for the game to do its thing, and the game's waiting for me. And that's a strange feeling that I don't particularly like. Yeah, I think this game is like pretty, it's got stuff going for it now, and I didn't, oh, okay, this is new. But again, like, these asset store low poly assets, generic ass pixel font, and then you have this like VFX flames that I feel like you could combine some of the aesthetic elements of Kings Do Not Fall with this, and you would arrive at something like way sicker than either of these games. Because that game, for all of its faults, and it's got plenty of them, does have that like presentational feel of like a late 90s arcade game with his little cutscenes and stuff. Of course, that game is like all manners of fucked, but it does well in a few areas where this doesn't. And even like the, you know, the level of detail and the kind of art direction and style of the characters, like, that was something that I think was that game's strength. It's funny that you can even see like a polygonal like skinning issue in the loincloth when walking. But yeah, like, I don't know, even the fact that like enemies coming in from the back, I guess we can do this. Like, I'm glad that the option to disable the pixel post-effect filter is there, because I think it makes the game look better and I like it more now. But I feel like it's kind of unfortunate that, like, that being an option just kind of goes to show that there wasn't sufficient thought put into the visual presentation of the game in the first place. Like, moving the character around is a bit of stiff and awkward. Ah, I tried to dash. But again, like, in the context of team beat 'em ups, there's a lot that this game is doing much better than most. But yeah, the sound design. It didn't. That was the wrong button. Okay. Like, these kinds of juggle combos generally isn't like necessarily what I'm kind of looking for in a beat 'em up, but more than that, like, as fun and good feeling as they can be, it seems a little inappropriate for the theming of this game, or, you know, at least this character, right? All right, got the rushing bilboes. There's something going on there, right? Like, if this had, there is a Lancelot, right, the other character, but if he looked like Capcom Lancelot, and he's this anime pretty boy with the, you know, the thin sword or whatever. This fighting style, I think, would be like would kind of make sense for that character. But between the two characters that we've seen here, this is like the big buff guy. Like, again, using Knights of the Round as the reference point. This Arthur kind of feels more like Percival than Arthur from that game in terms of just the visual style of the character. Yet he's like so nimble. Oh, okay, no iframes on that, I guess. That's not the move I meant to use, but that's okay. Music's extremely boring. But yeah, like here, the little transitions, the pacing of the areas, like the length of the level. That's something that I think this game does far above average. Little boss introductions. Like, it's a shame that the character designs are certainly a bit on the generic side. Oh, this is pretty cool. Fuck that up. Oh, I died. Okay, that's fine. Got extra lives. I understand not having grappling in a sword-based game, but it does also kind of feel like there's something. Put that up. Like, I feel a little limited in like crowd control, and like my suggestion isn't like, oh, they should add Final Fight grappling. But there's something about the combat that feels a little samey and limited. And I guess to a degree that like offense and defense kind of feels like the same thing. Because I'm just doing my combos until I dodge to get out of the way. I guess the demo probably ends here. That's what it did before. No, actually, the Ice Cave was in the other demo, so I should have picked the other level. I kind of like the rank stuff, but I do think it's a little. I understand that it's showing me like the criteria for S rank, but you could visualize this in a much better way, I think, to show like how I can see that I didn't reach the par or the goal or whatever, but I don't know how well I did relative to what the A, B, C, or D ranks would be. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess. Huh. So the previous. Okay, so there's two. I guess this forest level was not in the previous demo. The boss fight definitely wasn't. That's so. I'm like just confused. The demo is like more different than the previous one than I expected, but not in terms of adding stuff. Just like the content is different. Yeah, like I like in Golden Axe 2, they made it so that when you grapple, when you do the throw on the enemies, you can choose to throw them left or right, which I think is a great addition. But yeah, like it just kind of feels a bit samey here with the combo and the dash attack, the launcher, and you jump and you juggle and you lock. Like it's, I don't know. When you have enemies on either side of you, the fact that you like there's a physical collision, you can't run through an opponent. I guess you can probably use the dash to go through, like the dodge. But yeah, and I think that the low-key music, the sound design, there's a layer of like crunchy excitement, like visceral coolness that I think is a little bit lacking. And I still think, you know, the presentationally, this game has not done any favors by playing right after Takeover 2, which I think is extremely polished in those regards, and it like has Like, that game has almost a little too much going on, but that's a good problem to have, because you can always dial things back a little bit and tweak and tune it nicely. But when it's just like missing stuff, it just feels a little emptier. But again, in the broader perspective of Steam beat 'em ups, this is also for sure above average in many regards. Whereas the leveling in these new games, probably, like, I think it's funny that you bring that up, because I know it's like you always go on about it, and to me it's like, I don't give a shit. Like, it's not something, like, I'm not interested in leveling up. It can be done well, like it can be done in a way that where it's not obtrusive, but personally I don't find it to be. It's interesting to me because we have such different things, like such different tiny details that we get hung up on, and the leveling up, I know it's a thing for you, it's not something for me really. I just want to mention as a quick aside, it really cracked me up. I was watching Macaw, your Yoshi's Island playthrough, and Macaw went on like probably about 60 to 70 times about how the map in Super Mario World is so much more exciting than the map in Yoshi's Island. And it was funny to me because I feel like it's something I not only have never really reflected on, but also something I don't really care about, to the sense where it's like every time it was brought up, it was like funnier to me that it was brought up as this like big thing. And I'm not dismissing, I don't think you're factually incorrect by any stretch, but like it amused me that it was brought up as this like crucial thing, not because I disagree, but because I could see myself being equally obstinate about something in a game that someone else like could not give less of a shit about. So I recognized I recognized the feeling very strongly, but it was just not applicable to the same thing for me. And I feel similarly about, Knights of the Round leveling up, where it's like, it's not, I can take it or leave it, provided it's executed well. And for me, in that specific instance, I guess it's fair to say that I have so many more bad experiences with games incorporating some kind of leveling mechanic, that I'm like hesitant to encourage its inclusion. But I certainly don't mind it in those games, and I wouldn't mind someone making an actual like arcadey game having that component to it. But it's not something that gets me excited to the point where I would think to bring it up as like, oh man, I wish this game had this. Like, there's a lot of other things I could do that with, but that wouldn't be one of them. Almost no variation in the maps of the 6 worlds in Yoshi. I don't disagree. I don't think you were wrong to point out that the map is something that they certainly dialed down the kind of prevalence of. It's just a thing where I don't even know what would be a good example, but there's like so many things where you could, like, yes, it's a factually observable like situation, but whether it's good or bad, or what it means, or if it's of any relevance, like, that's a different story. Because it's like they chose to dial down an element which for me was not integral to the enjoyment of those games, but clearly for some people it is. And I think that's interesting. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Sabletooth, like I said, I think leveling systems, like in Knights of the Round, leveling up has like the two things you mostly notice about it is A, your guy looks different when you level up, and B, when you level up, your health is refilled. So it has like gameplay importance. And there's also an actual interesting gimmick to the scoring system in that game, which the leveling is tied to, where if you defeat enemies of the same type multiple times in a row, your score gets multiplied. So there's like a layer of optimizing your play to level up more frequently, to get more health buffs. And I mean, technically, I guess your stats are meant to be improved. But when you play the game, to me at least, the actual supposed gameplay benefits to having a higher level are not noticeable. Which means it's nothing like, you know, a Symphony of the Night or something where you're too weak to fight a boss, so you go do some grinding, you come back, and you have an easier time, which I kind of hate. You know, it goes against like an authored, balanced, intended experience. So that's like, I don't like that kind of leveling in action games. So yeah, like that is, I'm completely on board with like Knights of the Round leveling being not at all, like it's not the same thing at all as like Symphony of the Night leveling. Symphony of the Night leveling I don't like. Knights of the Round leveling I'm completely neutral on. I think where it's appropriate, I would say, and where I would maybe expect or like possibly be sort of excited to see it, is if it's part of the like window dressing. If the theme of the game is like Dungeons and Dragons, like leveling feels like it's part of the theme, and then it adds to the flavor of it to have it there. Otherwise I feel like I'm just sort of neutral on it. But I would say this, that I think I agree that it's a mechanic that hasn't really been explored back then or in modern games. So I would be all for a game doing something with it. And if it was a system I was more like engaged in and more invested in and more like just liked more or felt more strongly about in general, I could relate to your I mean I can relate, but I would maybe join you in your crusade for wishing for that, like specifically. But I guess for me it's like I'm fine with it. I wouldn't be against it in any way, but it's not something that I feel, because it's not present in like all of my favorite beat 'em ups or games in general. I don't feel like that's a thing that's missing in games that don't have it. Whereas when you look at like the pacing or enemy variety or the variety in tempo and encounters, like those fundamental building blocks of how the games are constructed is something that is there and is done well in all my favorite games. So when it's not there, it becomes more crucial to say like, hey, this really ought to be here, I think. But again, I don't think I don't disagree at all with any of what you're saying, and I don't think it's a bad idea, and I don't think you are wrong about anything. What's interesting and fun to me is just observing which individual specific things one might like kind of go to bat for, because like what you happen to personally perceive as like a crucial central thing, or just the thing you really want to see. I do want to take a quick look at Lancelot. So I'm gonna set pixelation to very pixelated, just for the just so we can see what it looks like. So Lancelot, but yeah, as we can see here, like it doesn't feel like anything is particularly, you know, like optimized or specific to this like low res rendering. And like the only thing you could possibly say is that like, oh, there's like a general low level of detail in the assets, which is kind of like it, you know, the rendering stuff at a low resolution kind of squishes everything together to make it more cohesive, which like I don't really think it actually does, but it could. Okay, so Lancelot's specials, his side special is a projectile, and his up special was like a lightning bolt. I guess maybe he's a little more nimble. I don't know. Like, visually it looks like he should be, at least a little bit, even though he is wearing armor and Arthur wasn't. But he's, like, less buff. Thunder! But, like, the movement, the running, the dodging... The purpose and use of the dashing attack with the juggle, like... Okay, so his down attack in the air does not actually... It's not like a helm breaker. He actually just does a little down stab. But it does slam them into the ground. Yeah, I'm trying to determine, like, what, if any, changeable differences there are between the characters. And they're not that big or plentiful. They're down. Oh, yeah, that's a down special. It's really strange. It feels to me like, I don't know if the idea here is that Lancelot is like the magic guy and Arthur is like the power sword guy, like the physical attack guy. But I almost feel like these characters' attacks should be, like the moveset should be the opposite. Like Arthur being big and buff and powerful, using, like, summoning elemental powers like this. And Lancelot doing, like, the long dashes and... I mean, he still can do the similar air combos, I guess, but... Like, Arthur having the more sort of agile-looking dashing attacks and, like, big jumping swipe attacks with his, like, big-ass broadsword. Suspect it's gonna end up with the same problems as King's Blade, but nowhere near as boring. The endgame will feel like big 6 to 8 stage slab of the same looking enemies and bosses. Yeah, like, for sure, there's not appear to be a lot of... I guess you can just wail on them like this. Okay, I'm not sure if I got stuck. Oh, you can dash through. Having the, like, the visual indicator of the range of his attack is a nice addition for sure. Because that was not the case in the previous demo, and it was definitely... got really confusing. Not necessarily with this boss, which I don't really remember much. But there's, like, the ice cave where you fought the ice magic elf or whatever. Where the whole fight was just a lot of dodging icicles. So having, like, visual indication for that is quite helpful. So much arduously mega slow Z-axis walking. But yes, I can see, like, for sure, this game... Just the fact that the levels are as short as they are here, they're still a little weak in variation. There's still a little, like... I can't think of any other Steam beat-em-up I've played. Actually, I guess one of the, like, the subway level, I think, in Takeover 2 demo also had a 3-minute something clear time. But, like, clearing a stage in 3 minutes something is, like, unheard of. Every Steam beat-em-up, it's like every stage is like 8 or 9 minutes if it's short, but often it's like 16 to 25 minutes or something. It's just, like, crazy, including King's Blade. So yeah, just on account of, like, if these games were kind of the same, the fact that this game has, like, 3-minute levels versus King's Blade having, like, 15-minute levels, it does make a difference. But yeah, like, there's just... Funnily enough, you could argue... I mean, obviously we don't have the full range here. But this game, to me, has, like, a little bit of an issue that I have with Knights of the Round, which is that the setting of the game... Okay, standing around, waiting. Means that there's a lot of... Like, the theme of a lot of levels is... brownish green English countryside. Like, there's not a ton of thematic variation or super memorable levels. Like, for a Capcom beat 'em up, I think Knights of the Round is one of the weakest in terms of that, because I couldn't tell you, like, I know that there are some, like, there's the caves and like fields something on the level where you fight the Japanese ghost samurai, which is obviously a sick boss. But beyond that, I feel like there are multiple levels where you're in like a castle courtyard, you're inside a castle, or you're out in the woods, or you're by a river, or you're out in the countryside. And I could not tell you how any one of those levels is set apart from any other, or which order they come in, or which boss is featured on which level. I guess it's entirely possible that I would have the same issue with the Tenchu Kurao games, but I've not really played them much. But even, you know, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, which is sort of this, like, post-apocalyptic wasteland kind of a setting, still manages to have a lot more variety. Or, you know, Final Fight and the Punisher just being set in, you know, a big city. You still have, like, theming and music and color palettes and anime variety and gimmicks and whatever else to just, like, make stages feel separate and, you know, identifiable. And I think a lot of that is also, like, it's not just the visual theming, it's also things like the length of a section, how many sections and transitions are within one level. Like, I know that like, on paper, so to speak, Knights of the Round has stuff like the raid on the castle. You break down the barriers and the army comes charging in, and like there are moments like that, but I still feel like it's a very, like, most stages don't have stage transitions. Like, it's just one flat scrolling thing. There's no vertical scrolling almost in the entire game. No, like, different shaped belts. Like, it just, every level feels very much like if you were to remove the graphics, every level would feel very similar, just in terms of traversal. Right, that doesn't have iframes. Neither does that, I guess. But again, it, you know, it could easily be the two of us valuing and observing different things. But I can completely believe Tenchu Kurao 2 having quite boring landscapes. I think in general with Knights of the Round, like, I'm sure I'm like misremembering to a degree. I think it's also to do with like how stage transitions. The enemy just did like a super joy. Pretty funny. It's like the way stage transitions feel. Like the pacing of each section and transition and what you're transitioning to and from. But I feel like that's a whole science, and I'm not I've not done the necessary research to kind of break down what truly goes into it. Because it's not always strictly about whether there is a transition or not. Like, when there are no transitions in every level, it's just one coherently, like, scrolling section that never breaks. Yeah, that is kind of inherently dull. But not every game that is like that is equally dull. like, I don't think of it as a big problem in Double Dragon, for example. You do have the kind of gimmick of everything like being sort of seamless, with the exception of entering the final level. But I don't think that's why. I think it's more to do with the levels feeling quite different, and there's like quite a lot of verticality. Like, it doesn't feel in Double Dragon like you're just strolling past one conveyor belt where the wallpaper changes every level. And I think that's like the worst aspect of how that can feel. Kind of the biggest issue with it. I keep dying because probably because Lancelot's a little weaker, but also because I'm definitely not paying attention to the game. But so in Knights of the Round, I think it's a combination of factors. It's not strictly that there aren't screen transition in every level, it's just one section. It's probably that, like, because that's even in my memory, like, it's hard to remember where one stage starts and ends. Like, I feel like even if I could remember multiple sections and screens and areas that I could describe, I couldn't tell you which ones fit together in one level, or which order they come in, or which one has a boss fight and not. And I think that's, you know, a combination of the pace of the combat, the shape of the belt, the length of each section, the way the transitions themselves look, and I mean, to a degree, obviously, how much or little time I've spent with the game in question. I haven't played that nearly as much as some other games I like. But it's, at the same time, whenever I have, like, Captain Commando is not a game I've played all that much, but I don't remember having that impression from that game at all. In that game, you have the little map screen, it shows the city just like Final Fight and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. It's like, now we're in this area, then we're in this area, and now we're in this area, and they're very clearly themed. I think it's maybe even though Knights of the Round has the kind of map screen, it doesn't really serve that same purpose. So I don't know. It's still a pretty sick game, though. I like it in spite of the things that I dislike about it. I love that it has a very specific feel to swordplay, which Blades and Battles does not. But yeah, dude, Blades and Battles, like I said, it's got stiff competition in the bad title championships, but it's funny because a lot of beat 'em ups that have bad generic titles partially has that issue because the theming, like, it doesn't have a lot to hang a memorable name on. But it's funny with this and like Mayhem Brawler, where it's like there is such an extremely specific theme. Like, this is like Arthur and Camelot. You could name it something, you know, that would make, like, Blades and Battles could be literally anything. You could call it fucking Arthur Battles, and it would be better because you would, like, understand what it's about. And like Mayhem Brawler is so funny because it's such a, like, I don't want to say overly convoluted theme, but it's like, it's clearly something where they put a lot of effort and thought into, like, all right, this is our setting. We have this like superhero comic book monster horror, like, it's a pretty fleshed out concept for what the world is and what the setting is. And they decided to name it Mayhem Brawler, which is like, not only is is it just two extremely generic words that could mean anything, like, it doesn't capture anything that's specific about the setting or the theme. I don't know, and it's like a strange, like, putting brawler in the title makes it sound like the brawler in the title is referring to the product, the game, not like the characters, like, which makes it even stranger in my opinion. It's very, It's weird. Anyway, Blades and Battles had an updated demo. I feel like the biggest improvement to this demo over the last one, which may or may not have been an actual addition, was letting me turn off the pixelation filter, which I think improves the visual presentation of the game. I couldn't really... well, okay, the bosses were a little bit different with like the the skull meter and the hit area. That was definitely an improvement. But the core combat, I feel like, wasn't really that different. I still think this game's alright, but it's gonna be probably a little bit of a slog to play through. I feel like I'm not gonna be... like, Takeover 2, I'm gonna be pretty excited to play at launch to see what the full game is like. This game, I don't have that excitement, because it feels to me like we're probably getting another, 4 to 16 stages of kind of the same thing. And the way the characters are presented doesn't really have much sort of charisma to make me wonder what other characters are going to be introduced. And the levels visually, aesthetically don't really do that much for me. So, but again, above average for a Steam beat 'em up. Speaking of, we have concluded the Next Fest demo catch up here to look at some updated demos with the look of Takeover 2 and Blades and Battles. Which means that I now want to advance to the catching up on my Steam backlog of beat 'em ups section of the stream. And I have a good number of games that I've been sitting on for quite some time. But the one I feel like I want to check out the most is one that's been sitting here for a long time, and I've gotten close to actually booting it up on stream a couple of times. And that's going to be the Night Slashers Remake, which apparently had an update yesterday. For the first time. Yeah, in over a year. There was a patch in April of 2025, and there was an update yesterday. Let's take a look at the... there's been a couple of patches after release. This obviously the first one in a long while. New custom game mutators. Boss remix. Stinger Up adds a chance for regular items to turn into Stinger power-ups. Extended werewolf chase, extended elevator fight, extended airplane fight. There's multiple options you can toggle to make sections longer and more demanding. That doesn't sound good. Slower characters. Characters move slower for an even more old school experience. Pretty peculiar. Very small list of random improvements and adjustments. And quote, added other minor fixes and improvements. Still, that's a weird, cool thing to see being added so long after the fact. Did I try the Fate Keeper demo yet? I'm not familiar with what that is, so no. I didn't play that many Next Fest demos. I checked out a few things that looked interesting to me, and not a lot of it was that interesting. Yeah, Night Slashers Remake is, as the title suggests, a remake of Night Slashers. We're going to check that out, but I think I might as well take another short break before we do. Lest I have to break in the middle of the game. So I'll be back very shortly, and we'll... I was going to say enjoy. Will we enjoy? I don't know. We will experience some night slashing. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. All right, I am back. I see Mr. Coleman. I'm not sure if that's up my alley. Depends a lot on what the game is or not. I may have seen it and passed by it, or I may not have, but I'll try to look into it. So we're going to be checking out Night Slashers Remake. This released in 2024, I believe. And I apparently have been sitting on it since the end of that year. So, let's see. Yeah, September 2024 is when it came out. I didn't get it at launch, but I got it a few months later on steep discount and proceeded to not play it. I played a demo of this on Steam because it was in Next Fest, you know, 2 years ago, and I was extremely not impressed. And I will continue to not be impressed, I'm sure. But let's enjoy and be unimpressed together. Let me update this because who knows. How alt tabbing will work. Actually, I think I probably have some cover art for this. I should. Because I've been preparing to stream this for a long time. There we go. All right, let's boot it up. I have got my arcade stick here because I'm pretty sure this should be pretty arcade stick friendly. I should hope so, considering an arcade game. You never know. It isn't the same game as the arcade game, but I don't think the controls are that different. All right, let's see if we can get the capture going. Weird little gray-brown box around the Data East logo. There's a little arcade window of weird font that doesn't fit. Let me turn down the audio a bit. Oh, that's kind of a neat little transition, I guess. But yeah, so okay, it's a intro tutorial. No, just a kind of tutorial QTE. So this is okay. That's a little weird. I don't hate it. I'm just don't know what to make of it. So yeah, as you can see, they've redone all the graphics, and they don't look great. But it's also not just like we put a new coat of paint over the game. Like, this entire thing's new. This isn't in the arcade game. I'm not as, you know, familiar with this game as I am with certain others, so I would not be able to give you like a laundry list of everything that's different. But just playing the demo and realizing like how weird a lot of things were, I could kind of tell, like, there's no way this is how the original game functions. Like, this has to be kind of fucked up. Just like the physics of the way characters move and like weird bouncing and everything. But I'm sure if one were to compare it, you would find a lot of more specific, strange differences. So here's like the first obvious change. Is this character from, I was gonna say World Heroes, Fighter's History is just in this game. Got a couple of different art styles here. We are Night Slashers TM Remake. So she didn't get properly introduced, but then neither did any of the other characters. We didn't learn any of the characters' names in this intro. Seems a little questionable to me. Let me check. Now it's like that intro seemed way louder than this. I'm gonna turn it down a bit here and I'll turn it up in Windows. My mouse cursor is stuck. I'll tweak it in game as necessary. Probably because the music's lower here. So basically, you know, they redrew all the graphics in a way that's like kind of, I don't think, an improvement strictly. The characters, I don't know, they're a bit of a mixed bag. A lot of it has this kind of a sort of cheap look to it, where it's, the original game is occasionally goofy in its tone, but it's still, there's something about the art that has a tone to it in this, where it's like sort of, it may be a stretch to call it comedic, but there's like this light-hearted look with these kind of bright colors, or like, I don't know, there's just something about the characters that looks less perhaps intense or menacing or gritty than the original game. But then I think a lot of the backgrounds just like, they just look cheap, they don't look that good. And then you have these like modern kind of visual effects for a lot of the special moves and stuff that don't really gel together all that well. So okay, like occasionally some stuff just looked really weird with the way the physics behave and how the animations correspond with like the physical motions of things, and in some ways that may even be the same as the original, but just like juicing up the fidelity of the graphics creates new like inconsistencies, which, you know, is not an unusual thing. And then, like I said, like it seemed sort of glitchy. Like in that first demo, we broke the scrolling playing it like once or twice. And yeah, the way enemies bounce around on screen, I remember being really weird. So it's just like a kind of uglier, less functional, but otherwise not necessarily adding much new sort of remake. Now, I guess, you know, they patched in these like mutators and custom game stuff, and like there might be at this point more that's actually new and interesting about it. But when it first, you know, sort of showed up, the general impression was like it's an uglier, worse version of Night Slashers. And the one thing that's like, I wouldn't call it an improvement, but at least a lateral move is like the soundtrack. It does feature the original music. And you have the remixed, like, new soundtrack, which, what I recall hearing from the demo was totally fine. Super attack guard. So this is like a macro button, I guess, for A plus B. A little bit funky, but we'll rock this, I guess. Blue film grain, sure. It's like weird color filters. Oh yeah, retro, just this fucking rolling shutter. Retro 2, just fucking pixelate everything to make it look like shit with no regard for everything here. Just like halfway unplug your cable and just fucking put random shit on it. It's so stupid. I guess this is the default settings. So I wonder if how to play is what we just saw. I would hope / think not, but yeah. Oh, okay. I don't get to interact here. Running attack. Man, the upscaling on these billboards look pretty shit. 100% free schmeat. Alright, Streamlabs is working, I guess. I remember seeing or hearing something about they added this alert for gigantifying emotes, so I gotta disable that, I guess. It's a little obnoxious. But that's fine, I appreciate it. Oh man, the DDT looks so shit. Like, no feeling of impact. Like, Christopher's DDT is like one of the sickest beat-em-up standard grabs. in a beat 'em up. And they just made it feel terrible. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Okay. And I don't know how many of these things were in the original game. The charge attack certainly is, but I don't know if the charged air or grab attack, like probably, but I think there are some new moves in this. Like they definitely, like that's the thing, like the gameplay is different. Like they changed and added stuff. Block when HP's okay. But I also know that I don't know the original game well enough to be confident about what's actually new or different in this. So I won't be judging this on its authenticity to the original because I just don't know that game well enough. I'll be judging this game on its own merits. I want to play a normal game, but I'm curious to just go in here and look. So this is something that's like, all right, we got to unlock some of these, I guess. You know, Cosmic Invasion and Shredder's Revenge both have something like this, but I think those games and possibly this one, I don't know, they're like, I think they're missing a beat with the specific choices of the mutators they chose to include. Now, obviously, some things will be more or less complicated to implement. I still think it's a very welcome feature regardless, but in the case of like Cosmic Invasion, I was so frustrated when you could set it to like 4-player enemy counts, but it still felt like the game never had proper crowds of enemies and stuff. But that's not necessarily a mutator to change that. That's just like a game design, game balance thing. But I guess the thing is like, yeah, there might be an interest in like toggling things to make the game more challenging, and I'm very in favor of having that. But some of these things kind of seem like they would, like the Boss's Remix thing sounds fascinating to me. But some of these other things feel like they mostly would contribute to make the game more annoying. And that can be a hair fine line, and it's obviously very subjective what makes something more annoying versus a fun challenge. But at first glance, there weren't a lot of things there that make me go, ooh, this, like, oh, I look forward to mastering the game to want to play with this thing. A lot of them kind of seem a little annoying. All right, so we have this feels weird, like just going into stage select versus just like playing through the game. But the Boss's Remix, from my understanding, just looking at it for 2 seconds in the Steam patch notes, it's like a boss randomizer, I guess. Like it changes which bosses appear in which stages, and I think there might be like alternate versions of bosses and stuff. So it kind of like changes up all the boss fights, which is a very interesting idea. I mean, especially if you consider, I don't know what the boss fights are like in this game, but if you consider how some games will have boss fights that kind of lean into or change depending on like the geography of the area you fight them in, or maybe, you know, the presence of other enemies and stuff, it could potentially change things quite a lot. Very interesting. Anyway. We have character names here. Like, I actually like the drawings for the characters here quite a bit. They just don't really match anything else. Like the portraits. The in-game art looks kind of different. Alright, we can eventually get colors, but we don't have any. Kind of funny that there's like a gradual fade between them, like a purplation. Alright, even if his DDT sucks, we're gonna go...
Good choice.
Good choice. Totally different voice effects, but I mean, that makes sense, I guess. All the sound effects probably new and different. Alright, sure, just show a bunch of multiple lines of dialogue at the same time. Again, I quite like this art. Like, it's a little idiosyncratic, but I like it. So the original arcade game has like cinematic cutscenes between levels, but I wonder how much of this is like based on the kind of script. I guess I have to press the skip button to advance. It shouldn't say skip, it should say advance. Or next or something. It's so weird that it's like, there's no like animation or something happening, and they still put like multiple lines of dialogues on screen at once. sound of that was really weird. Just backs out. All right, whatever. Just the rhythm and speed of the animations feel strange. And again, I can't say for sure whether it's different, but just on its own merits, it's weird. You can charge. There's like no sound. Like, how is the DDT this shit feeling? Every attack just, like, something about the animation timing just make it feel weirdly sluggish. I guess I went to a optional elevator there. Gonna explode. I was trying to walk away. I should have ran, I guess. I have no idea if this is in the original. I don't know what's going on with the music. Touch them basically and they explode, I guess. Oh, I didn't mean to run. Oh, okay. Phew. Big jumps. So obviously, you know, this game is 16:9, whereas the original wasn't, so there's a lot of sort of framing that would inherently be different. But I think it's not, like, there's already enough changes in all the sort of layouts and everything that there's probably not, it's not so much a matter of they making minor adjustments to fit, like, to adjust for the aspect ratio change so much as everything is just a bit different. Have I played Night Slashers X rebalanced? No. I mean, I've barely played the original. I've, like, fed my way through it a couple of times over the years, but I'm not particularly familiar with it, all things considered. This section is weird. Like, I thought I was going into some little bonus thing, but this section is longer than the original stage. And now we're in some weird underground glowing mushroom cave. So we got to via elevator. Okay, do I climb up here? Or not until everyone's dead? Oh, the running is weird. Hold slow-mo to indicate that I killed the last enemy. Oh. No, I walk left. And I go up here. Okay, I got an achievement for finding a secret area. I'll just replay the stage, I guess. Unless I pop out after... I don't know. I guess we're just redoing it. Bonus life gained. Okay, well, we got a 1-up for all of our effort, I suppose. Can I pick up this orb? There we go. The weapon, I guess. Okay. All right, stinger. That does something, I guess. I'm flashing red. Any health? For lingering frames. The only health item in this stage so far was before the first enemy. Okay, I think the health... Something flat for like 1 frame, whether it's the dialogue or boss health bar or something.
Those are your final words.
Okay. I didn't press a button, by the way. Dude, there was like a 2-second delay before the hot dog actually added health. Oh my god, the interaction's so fucked up. What the? Oh my god, I have no idea if that's like a thing in the original game. Felt shit, so I'm gonna guess no, but... Oh my, the running is so messed up. Okay, I died. That was my respawning. Took a death there. Okay. The grabbing is so strange. It, like... Oh, now I get a big stake. What the fuck was that grab? Like, I ran above him, tried to do the running attack. The game, like, zoomed in and slowed down as I slid into a DDT. So strange.
You can't beat me.
Anyone familiar with the original? Is that a thing where you try to punch a boss and they just shrug up your attack and hit you? Except now when I'm allowed to combo. I didn't mean to pick that up. Oh my... What the fuck? Let me just block. I'm just supposed to know when it's legal to hit the boss, I guess. Just kicked out of my throw recovery. And I guess I can grab him. Interactions all feel like super confusing. Like there's some weird transition when you're like sliding into a grab. So you're sort of in a grab before you visually are in the grab animation. There's like some kind of startup to the grab where you're like mechanically in the grab, but you're not yet visually holding them. Again, the art here is pretty alright, but the framing, the pacing, and presentation of the dialogue is like fucking awful. Like we have this little animation, there's just like 3 lines of dialogue that are terribly awkwardly like line broken here at once. Like it's so... I'm so annoyed because it's like so little care put into that aspect of it. And it's like a bunch of things here where, again, totally irrespective of the original game is like. But it's so easy to kind of just imagine how you could make things look and feel a lot better. Not necessarily with like super minor changes. Some might be. Right, that's the... Okay. I didn't... Right, I forgot about that button. I just noticed, I have this little black line on the health bar. I guess that's supposed to indicate that when I'm below that line, I can block with that button. I guess it's because... I don't know, because you kind of have like 2 Super Joys. So maybe you do the orb summon thing, and it costs health, but if you're below that health threshold, you do the block instead. I don't know. You can do it while running anyway. I didn't die, okay. Should be the end. No, okay. It was just a random slow-mo.
You caught me off guard.
These guys having this like weirdly thick black outline, which is like not consistent. Oh, now we get food, of course. There was a voice line there that was completely inaudible. Font, like everything about it's so strange. What was that? Like the... It boxed... But they also grab you from weird ranges, like, so many. I didn't fucking need to pick that up. The health doesn't, like, again, the weird, like, 2-second delay before the health gets added. Not just, like, that there's a transition, like, the health has to sort of slide into, you know, the meter just sort of slowly goes up. But it doesn't even start going up until, like, a weird delay. Charging. Jukes. Oh, okay, accidental weird grab. Okay, it hits somehow. Okay, he's dead. I get this guy before dying. It's annoying. But yeah, I do remember the original game also being like kind of difficult and hard to play. Oh, there's fucking food right there, of course. Of course. The alignment for like picking things up is confusing. Extra life gained an extent. Okay, get the health there, but I was technically at full health when it scrolled off screen, so that's fine, I guess. It's so... like, where do I have to stand to hit these things? Like, so many, like, hitbox interactions that are super confusing. Hate that jump kick. I'm trying to grab! Like, there's so many things I mentioned before we started playing, right? With things that sort of slide around and move on screen in kind of confusing ways. And that goes for, like, the grappling transition, too. Where instead of, like, snapping into place, there's this like interpolation of the position on screen, because naturally, you know, when you go into a grab, like the character you're grabbing will snap into, or you know, one or both of the characters will snap into where they were, but you know, grabs aren't going to be like pixel perfect. But so when that happens, instead of snapping into place, they sort of slide into place with this like little delay. Well, you know, inherently there's a delay, right? Because it's not instant the way it would be if they snap. Okay, I think that drained my health. There's the block. I've gotten hit out of the recover there so many times with those fucking jump kicks. But yeah, you can see again, like the way that kind of, well, I guess I don't know if you can see it, but anytime stuff interacts, like things sort of slip and slide around in this kind of peculiar way. Bonus life gain. Art style a bit like the Phantom or Skinny and Franco. I don't know, somewhere in between maybe. Weird like MIDI guitars. I'm out. Win.
That's it.
Okay. 100% free schmeat. I mean, I think they're obviously going for kind of a comic booky sort of thing, especially with all this, like, the halftone patterns and everything. But I think the art, the character sprites, like, they look much better in Phantom than this. What's the deal with, like, I don't know, and that's not that, I'm sure that's like part of the original too, because I remember it being like a difficult, kind of annoying thing, but the fact that Okay, that took a pretty big chunk of health. The health pickups are like right at the beginning of a stage. That actually gave me less health than I took from using the magic. So A plus B. That... Okay, that doesn't do anything in neutral, I guess. But if I grab... No? Okay. Is this a... It looks like an item, but I can't manage to pick it up. I don't know where it needs to stand. It sure looks like I should be able to pick that up, doesn't it? Whoa. The knockdowns all feel super weird. Move on. Alright, got hit by that guillotine somehow. Zombie paw aiming, yeah, kind of. Okay, elevator. Very strange framing. Elevator being this high up on screen. Okay, I was trying to grab. Oh, these guys turn into bats, I see. That's kind of cool. I'm just like praying that I actually managed to grab that. Yep. I think you can't tell when you die is also like very strange. Because there's like no sound, there's no slowdown, there's no visual. Like you don't even, like you get up in place. Okay, another bonus life gain. But I can at least kind of see my health bar. Okay. What the heck? I was standing behind him when he ran and took damage. Like the physics of every time he jumps and lands, like even this, like the hit stun. Okay, that was a DDT. Like everything is like super slidey and strange because they like interpolate everything. Like I'm sure they might have used the original game for reference. In terms of like, you know, distance and timing for the way characters move. So shit. But because everything is like at a higher resolution and scaled up and... No iframes during throws, huh?
You caught me off guard.
It makes everything look and feel super weird because there's like a crispness and snappiness that has been lost. Because everything is like in an attempt to sort of smooth everything out. So annoying. If you walk, you have to... Never mind. I was gonna say you have to let go and press forward only once more to start running. And if you are walking and stop walking to attempt to start running by stopping and double tapping, then the first tap becomes a run and the second becomes a walk. But then as soon as I try to demonstrate that, it didn't behave that way. Okay. Is he on the ground? His shadow's a bit detached. The game might have just glitched. Let's see what happens if we move on. Well, that's the other thing, by the way. The way enemies... Oh, the other thing is if there's only one other thing, but... Another thing. When enemy sprites are, like, flashing... Because they're fading out of existence. They flash too slowly, in my opinion. Bonus life gain. It would feel a lot better if they flashed more quickly. No, okay, some enemy corpses just don't flash out of existence. Bit weird. My impression from the demo was that the remix soundtrack was pretty alright. I'm less sure now that that's the case. There's a lot of questionable MIDI guitars. Fuck, I hate those guys' this jump kicks. Like, why did some of those attacks hit when he was airborne? Like, it's so strange. Alright, Vampire Lord. Okay, he just popped on screen there. You are rubbish! Did I land a hit before dying? Oh, I guess.
You caught me off guard.
Alright, can grab him. Like, I'm walking close to him and then like starting to mash before I think I'm in range. And sometimes that becomes a grab. Yeah, I should do extra hit. Like, well, I guess. Shit sucks so bad. Thought I grabbed him. These enemies are pretty cool. The vampires turn into bats. Active frames. Okay. Did I get to grab him on his wake up? Okay. I thought for sure I'd take another death or two.
That's it.
In the arcade version, a lot of these unique death animations for the enemies are really sick. It's conceptually, of course, still cool that they're there, but I guess it's just like with anything else. It doesn't really look as cool in this version. It just dawned on me too, by the way, that it's extremely difficult to tell who is talking. I guess just based on the orange frame that's Christopher's dialogue. Also, I guess he's, he's fighting with the crucifix. He's probably a vampire hunter. But like that little eye close-up, I feel like could be pretty much any character. Yeah, like Jake's eyes kind of look the same, but he's got a bit more eyeshadow, but there's a little bit of blonde streaks popping in the frame, so that's how you know it's him. They should have packed the original game with this release. Like, the thing is, I feel like they shouldn't have bothered with this in the first place. They should have just released the arcade game on Steam. And, like, if all the added stuff and features and shit they got here could have been added in that game, I feel like it would have been way more exciting anyway. Weird Photoshop filter castle wall in the background. Their evil power must be coming from somewhere. Yes, in Mexico and Australia. Australia, okay. Oh, I used astrology to find them. It was simple. So, obviously, because Phelan is here, they would have needed to add the dialogue for her. But I wonder if they just rewrote all the dialogue anyway. Again, like, there are intro or sort of story cutscenes in the arcade game. But I don't really remember them sort of specifically. I don't know, there's just like this briefcase at the beginning of every level. I'm trying to see if I can save that hot dog. Preferably keeping it on screen. I took damage from something. It means I think this is about as much. I was gonna say if the hot dog replenishes, so I might as well grab it. Thank you, Ian Oblivion, for 250 Blaze bits. Appreciate that. My audio levels are continuing to be all kinds of messed up. I appreciate that. I can't reach the wrong. We'll keep that. That was weird. You just walked over there. Okay. But yeah, it's so interesting because the level design and the pacing here and everything is like it's right out of the arcade game, right? So coming off of some of the other games we just played, like it feels so alien to have these like really short stages and the boss fights show up. Like granted, this game I think is even somewhat unusually paced because it has some of this like these kind of boss fights in some cases in the middle of a stage. Oh, okay, that was a strange half DDT. Let me try to grab some food. Got it. Oh, that gave me like a few pixels. Should charge.
Yeah.
These guys don't seem to be hitting me out of block stun or hit stun as much as some of the other guys we've fought. Okay, that was
That's it.
Stage Mexico was like two screens, 2.5 maybe. I thought for sure that was just gonna be like the doctor in stage 1, where it's like a boss fight and then you move on and the stage continues. So I will say this, like, it's a pretty crummy game in a lot of ways, but the pacing is so much more exciting. Like everything is like moving so quickly, where nothing's like overstaying its welcome. Like this is trying to grab someone to get some iframes, which I guess is a bad strat because you don't fucking have iframes on your throw. See there? The throw wasn't interrupted, but I still took damage. No. I got frozen by the ice fire elemental. Dude, he stands up in like 2 frames. Which is interesting. It's a good like thing. I mean, I guess he doesn't even get knocked down properly. A good way to distinguish enemy types. Have them wake up more quickly or slowly. Okay, night fight. Go to hell. I'm trying. I'm just waiting for the game to. It's kind of okay. That was a weird transition. It's weird for the game to like flash the go sign on screen when I literally don't have control. I got hit by something there.
You caught me off guard.
What's up, Barfy? Gaming Warlord. Well, I'll try to live up to that best I can. This is so fucking funny because there's like, obviously we're on the top of the airplane, right? So there's this game mechanic of being blown back by the wind, so everything is sliding around. But it's like legitimately difficult to tell what's airplane wind and what is just Night Slasher's remake physics. Assuming I'm waiting for enemies, yeah. What hit me? Like he bent his knees a meter and a half away from me, and I took damage from something. That's like this game in a nutshell. I'm trying to grab. You do keep getting extents and stuff though, so I feel pretty confident in saying that if I was playing the arcade game on standard difficulty. Gold, I was hoping for food. I would not be making it this far on my first credit. In fact, I don't think I would beat the first stage on my first credit. The fucking lack of iframes when throwing. Bonus life gain. I'm trying. Oh my god. When I'm like touching the left edge of the screen, it's like I'm trying to leave the combat zone in Star Fox or some shit. It's like pushing me back to the right. But it was also like aborting my attack charge. It looks like I was supposed to punch this sarcophagus, but I guess it's going to open itself. Yep. And this game has such an awesome assortment of cool enemies and monster characters. The characters, I mean, not the remake, of course, specifically, but Night Slashers. Like, it's such an esoteric, weird mix which is awesome. We got a fucking evil, cursed mummy doing rolling sobots. Like, some people making this game they fucking knew what they were doing. Can I? Well, who knows what anything is here. I was gonna say if I could, like, spike this guy into the ground, but probably not. Like this very strange sort of pseudo juggling mechanic. Okay, I got fucking fling suplexed across the room. Yeah, like every interaction more baffling than the next. Alright, let's try to do this without dying. What the heck? Nice, got him.
That's it.
That's it. First class flight, achievement unlocked. Finish the 5th stage. Ready? I was gonna say, well, I don't know what I'm doing exactly, so... Dude, look at the fucking UI for this. So shit. Alright. Strike, I guess.
That's it.
He looks extremely bored. No score tally, no nothing, just... That's it! There it is! Yeah, that's definitely it. Alright, let's break in! That, like... Australia? Wait, or did we? Hang on. We went to Mexico. Then we were on an airplane. Then we went to a second airplane and fought a mummy. So I'm assuming we're arriving in Australia. I mean, I guess the plot's not that important, but... A range of... So many highly mysterious aspects to this. Like, I'm definitely enjoying this more than I thought I would, but it's so peculiar and strange. And, like, on the one hand, obviously, 90% of what's good and cool about this is, you know, just inherited from the arcade game, obviously. But I do think there is, like, the way the difficulty is balanced and everything. Like I said, part of that is with, you know, generous extends. But it feels like, obviously, they were, to some degree or another, wanting to make this more... You know, the overall experience of the difficulty is not the same as the arcade game. And I'm stuck. So they made for something that's like... I'm specifically having fun with this in a way that I wouldn't with the arcade game. That's not to say that I'm having more fun or less fun, but just... there's a certain kind of frustration with the difficulty that I'm maybe not experiencing. Like, I would be, in a way, more inclined to want to try to 1cc this over the arcade game, just because it would, you know, feels less insurmountable. Even if it's the core feel of this game is probably not as good. Also, I'm pretty sure, isn't this guy like totally different? I want to say that in the original, you have to like expose the orb inside his body and hit that to deal damage to him.
You caught me off guard.
I guess just isn't a thing here. Yeah, see that? Like, just... But I might be misremembering. Alright, we're helicopter jousting. Weird transparent ghost helicopter. Has a life bar, but... We're just waiting around, I guess. I didn't see the reticle because it was hidden by his life bar. Or his, I don't know. Well, there's a guy sitting there behind the... I was gonna say the wheel. In the cockpit. Am I supposed to do something here? Am I supposed to fucking... Okay, this is a little silly. It looks like it's pretty far in the background. Like, punching didn't work. I have to jump to do this weird Z-axis. This is not in the original game, is it? I feel like I would have remembered it, but also it's so janky. I guess if it is, it's probably not this janky, though. What the fuck was that? I'm trying to grab. Oh my god, I'm trying to do anything. I got shot. Like, the reticle is, like, appearing behind the other enemies. And imagine if they made this, like, it's an interesting concept to do, like, a remake like this if it just was done competently. But I think, again, like, making a sort of ROM hack update version that isn't, where they didn't redo all the aesthetics, I think would have been more appealing. And for sure, there's, like, something to be said for conceptually old games that are maybe good but flawed. Like Final Fight 3, you know, you're obviously going to have people making their own open board things, but they're going to have like 8 million characters and all kinds of anime juggle combos and shit like that. But it would be interesting conceptually with an updated version of a game like that, or like the Rushing Beat games or something, where you add like proper crowds of enemies. Which, by the way, look at this game. Compare this to Shredder's Revenge, where we're always fighting one enemy type and like 3 of each. Here we have like proper enemy crowds, which makes the game a lot more exciting too. Yeah, the art style of this is also like a little... I don't... Stylistically, conceptually, I don't hate it, but it's not... You know, it doesn't necessarily justify itself either. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. But it's certainly not executed super well. That did a lot of damage. There we go. I finally managed to pull off that move. Oh, I started flashing red. See, that's what happens. Oh, there's a hot dog there. Probably more bosses before we move on, but let me grab it just in case. If I can... Dude, the picking up hitbox is so finicky. Well, that was good timing. There wasn't a tour down there anyway. The Thesaurus. See if I can... I don't know if the red flash does anything different. The physics of everything is so strange. What? I'm sorry. I would say that he's blocking with his chin, but he doesn't even fucking have a chin. He's just blocking with his nose, I guess. The guy just doesn't have hit stun? Who knows? Full on mystery. Oh, look at this crowd, though. How fucking sick is this? I love, like, Christopher's combo ender with the crucifix is so cool. And it's actually an interesting thing where, like, because even his basic combo is, like, kind of long and almost difficult to pull off, a lot of the time you won't even necessarily get to that combo ender. And it's, like, really powerful the way it can throw a big crowd, like, knock them all back. Getting a lot of extends. Just trying to save up for the big throw, but... better damage than just throwing them. And the weird pseudo juggle system. The slide transition into the grab is like the worst fucking feeling thing. And the completely silent, impactless DDT is like the second. I just took damage from something there. Okay. He grabbed and bit me, but I was like behind. My sprite was behind his. That looked very strange. Yeah, see, like you can sort of hit enemies when they're airborne in this. But when characters sort of count as airborne is very peculiar. Like it's a little ambiguous. And okay, I was bleeding. And where like your hitboxes are, like in, you know, in terms of which of your attacks will connect with someone who's, you know, airborne or kind of floor bouncing or something. Like every bit of that equation is just ambiguous and a little confusing. See, I got hit, like, you don't appear to have iframes anytime. Like, I got hit during my wake up animation. I've been hit during my throw. But without, like, you know, not having hit stun. Yeah, see, when they bounce against the walls, that's when things get like maximum weird. Physics in this game are completely messed up. But I'm legitimately having way more fun with it than I was expecting to. It's just like it you know, every 5 seconds there's like some really strange interaction that make you go, man, how cool would this game be if it didn't have that? And I think to some degree the answer to that is, well, play the arcade Night Slashers and find out.
That's it.
The kind of zoom in, slow down when you finish an encounter, I think is an interesting thing. Like, I like having like a non-intrusive piece of feedback kind of communicate that like this thing is now over. The only problem I have with it, well, maybe not the only, I don't know, but one issue with that though is it kind of only makes sense if there is a strict delineation for when a combat encounter is ongoing and when it's over, which I sort of feel like if there is, then that's kind of a potential issue. Like here, you might, like when you're screen locked, it makes sense. Like that was very clearly, I got the last guy and now I get to move on. That looked real fucking goofy. But throughout the course of a level in a game like this, I think you don't necessarily want, I at least don't want that to be so clear cut. Because you want to be able to have starts and ends of encounters be a little more fluid, in my opinion. Or I think a lot of games, at least, they suffer quite a bit from feeling overly rigid and sort of I leant down to pick up the sword and I didn't get the sword. Okay, it's a thrown projectile weapon. That's duly noted. What happens if I... Okay, he does that, I guess. Okay, sure. I just do this. Trying to grab him. Oh, okay. I'm dead. You caught me off guard. The hitboxes. Oh my god. I think it's such a complete mystery. could start. Let me just charge so I can do this. Okay, I let go and nothing came out. Kind of interesting. He's doing different attacks now. Okay, I kicked once and it added like 3 hits. Say. Oh, that somehow didn't kill me. Oh, 0 doesn't count. 1 life is game over. Oh shit, okay, I was like looking forward to seeing how far I would get. I did not realize I was that about to game over. What does a restart mean? Restart the stage? I guess so. So do I start? I'm at 0 points, 2 lives, which I guess is like standard default start. So that's interesting. No credit feeding. So I could start again. Like it doesn't have. It's like not the arcade structure, sort of, right? Because even when we started playing, it gave us like the level select menu. And we're not sort of expected or intended to play through the game. I mean, we are, but we're presented this list of levels to select from, not as an alternate mode or unlockable option, but just how the game is presented. That is such horseshit. Like, there's no indication really of if and when I can just approach him, or if he just like it's one thing for it to do that on his wake up. That's like consistent enough. Okay, I was trying to grab him. My bad. Running like just doesn't work. Okay, I could hit him out of. Yeah, the interactions in this game are extremely mysterious.
You caught me off guard.
I wouldn't say that this game's better than I thought, but it's like I'm enjoying it in spite of itself, but it's supremely fucked up in a lot of different ways. I'm trying to pick up the sword. I can bait this weird burst. I guess that hit. Of course, hitboxes being what they are. Running is easier said than done. Alright, got him. Oh. Just came back. The fuck? Of like excitement here, not quite what it should be, I feel like. Okay, we finished the game apparently according to the achievements. I guess this is the arcade ending. Weird fucking font. I guess it would make sense for the translation and the script to all be different. Okay, so we got like a pixel art villain there, because she's obviously not in the original game. So this is like taking art from the original, but it's not obviously not presented as is, because there's like an extra character. But yeah, I was gonna say the original game, unsurprisingly, the translation pretty rough. Not that it seems not rough here, but yeah, I mean, we got to the final boss on my first attempt. And given the constant barrage of extends, I like, you know, having just a little bit more knowledge and boss strats, I feel like the 1cc here is should be pretty basic if I got that close to it on my first attempt. Which would certainly not be true of the arcade game. A lot of the weirdness in this is kind of annoying. But I feel like it still manages... Like, I wouldn't go out of my way to recommend buying this. Certainly not over, like... I don't know if the original is on Arcade Archives or something. I feel like it should be. Obviously, you can play it on MAME or whatever, but, you know, it's... I think it doesn't hurt to prove or to sort of communicate to developers, publishers, rights holders that there is a commercial interest in... you know, Data East games and beat 'em ups and whatever. But this still kind of has more going for it than I would have expected. So we unlocked a bunch of stuff, it looks like. I'll do that right away. I'm gonna crank up the music because I could barely hear it. Didn't really give us a lot of feedback on what would have... Yeah, okay. A lot of visual flourishes here. So we unlocked some mutators here, right? Like exploding corpses, lives, threat level. This is interesting. Because there's like difficulty modes, right? I wonder if this is like a... I would assume that this is like rank. And you could set... Like... Default, I would assume, means that rank is dynamic. But you can set it permanently. No special attacks, stinger up. Yeah, like extending these scenes does not seem like it would be make anything more fun. But let's do this. Just, you know, we're not going to do a full second playthrough, but I collected one stinger item and it made my character flash red, and I have no idea what it did. Maybe if we pick up more of them, we can get a sense of what it actually is. I don't know. Right, see, so we unlocked any level. Okay, we have time and score. 9 minutes, yeah. But yeah, look at the, again, like the... I'm actually surprised at how long some of these timers are, but there were 7 stages. Like, the game was still fun to play through in one sitting. Like, this game inherits a lot. Like, you could still argue that it fucks up a lot from not being better than this, for having such a, you know, a solid core to build on. But compared to making a new beat 'em up from scratch, like, they were able to borrow a lot that makes this fun and good. We might as well try hard, I guess. So I got red. I don't know. I guess you have to beat the game. Oh, no. Okay. I got more than one color. Oh, maybe it's one per difficulty level. Or something. Well, there's only one. I guess we should try another character. Maybe increasing the music volume was a mistake, so now the dialogue is even more imperceptible. Oh, okay. I guess this is what exploding corpses means. Not quite what I thought. Oh. Maybe one thing doesn't preclude the other. I thought it was something about enemies like more likely going into some, you know, gore explosion. If they have like different death animations, right? But no, it's literally every dead enemy turns into a bomb, which is like not an uninteresting challenge gimmick. Let's skip the secret area mushroom cave. But it does, you know, does seem like it would make the experience a little more annoying. But man, dude, the fucking grab slide transition is even more absurd with this guy, because it's so visibly, like, I go into my grab animation and it takes like a notable amount of time for the enemy to end up in its correct position. And it looks a bit shit. Oh, okay. I was trying to see if I could hold on to that by doing non-regular attacks, but that didn't work out. A charge during this? I guess not. I didn't mean to fucking pick that up. It's like difficult to pick things up, but when you don't want to, of course you do it instantly. I guess he stood up into the wall and got hit somehow. Okay. Bonus life gained. Oh, he took damage. So weird that... Oh, exploding corpse. I was like, what damaged me? This guy's... Okay. Is this because I have the stinger? I vaguely recall that there's some power-up grab thing in this. But I don't know if I'm just conflating it with a rushing beat, or you have rage mode. Right, so here's our remixed boss. Conceptually, the lights going out is like an interesting touch, but it just looks like everything else. Even the good ideas in this game are kind of weird. Although I guess this maybe is just his grab attack, and that's not a stinger thing. Of course, everything continues to be a bit baffling. The wall interactions are bizarre.
We'll destroy them all.
There's so many things. Like, for everything that's kind of sick, there's like 5 things to drag it down a bit. But yeah, so I suppose the boss remix, I guess I don't know strictly if it's randomized. I would expect it to be. But the boss order is different. Yeah. Actually, can we just... I didn't move the cursor. It just did that. What the... Oh, it's my mouse. Okay. Oh yeah, it's like, oh, there's music. I didn't realize. No, what? What? Why did the game resume for a second? I thought I fucked something up, but no, it just took a moment. Yeah, okay, so I unlocked some... that was something I was curious about. Did I maybe unlock colors by just picking the character as opposed to clearing the game with them? And that appears to have been the case. So we can now start from stage 2. But I reckon even like on higher difficulty levels, even starting on the final stage, even though it's mercifully short, which is interesting, it might be pretty tricky. But you can probably grind your way there. But yeah, this, I don't know. Most things here appear to make the game... Well, I mean, Stinger Up, I guess, is a buff. You can increase your number of lives. But otherwise, really, it's only things to make the game harder, and not necessarily in a fun way. Not necessarily in a bad way either, I guess. I don't know. But still, I'm happier to have that there than not. Well, like I said, does this do the same? I guess so. I was gonna say if this is the same like end credit sequence as when you beat it. No, I guess not really, because they showed this like on the little arcade cabinet. A very strange thing to exist. Dude, look how many fucking programmers were involved in this. Like a lot of people. I didn't really look at the credits when we beat it. Look how many people were involved in this. I don't know. It's a very strange project to exist. I'm glad that it does, and it's, you know, I'm always happy to see, you know, Data East stuff like Gmode actually licensing it and people doing stuff with it. But it's strange that it exists, and a lot of the specific creative choices, like, I'm just baffled by how someone, presumably, you know, with some degree of experience with the original game. I'm not assuming that everyone who worked on this were like a passionate fan of the original. I would assume that, I mean, and maybe that's wrong, but I would think that for anyone to like spearhead a project like this, it would come from a place of appreciation and interest in the original, like, at least. But you would think, you know, given that just playing this game, playing the arcade game, even credit feeding, like it's an hour maybe, right? You should, everyone who's like on the development team for something like this, you should have them do at least that, you know, and probably more than once, right? In any case, like, I feel like no one on the development team of this who's like working on it, I mean, on the development side, should have an excuse to say, oh, I've never played the original, like, I don't know it at all. Like, it's such, there's no commitment to just booting it up and trying it out. And I feel like anyone who would have tried the game out should be able to tell that the weird sliding transition when grappling people in this feels fucking terrible. It's like, how does a game ship with that kind of thing, where, especially in a remake situation where there is a very obvious one-to-one comparison of like, here's the original thing, here's what it originally felt like, here's what it feels like in our game and looks like. It's so self-evidently worse that, like, how does that get through? How does that not like get addressed? I'm perplexed. But having said that, like I said, I actually had significantly more fun with this than I expected to. You know, it didn't glitch out or cause any major problems or anything. Dare I say, I kind of want to play it more. You know? Blades and battles didn't make me, like, jazzed to play more of it. But this, you know... And again, keep in mind, none of this is me saying this in comparison to the original. But based on my experience with the demo and seeing what I've seen of this, my general feeling was that this is like a complete train wreck that's a big pile of trash. And, you know, how much reason is there to play this over the original? Not a lot, maybe. But as it stands today, I happen to have this in my Steam library. I can boot it up with the press of a button. And if I do, I can have a bit of fun with it. So even that is not something I would have taken for granted, you know? It's kind of on that level. So even that can be a very different conversation, right? Whether a game is, like, recommended in the sense that you think someone can enjoy it and have fun with it, versus do you think someone should spend this, you know, spend their money on this thing? And especially, do you think someone should spend their money on this thing in favor of some other thing? And, I mean, I bought this on sale at, like, you know, €7 or something. I feel like that it was worth it. But would I recommend spending money on this before, you know, Final Vendetta or Streets of Rage 4 or Fight and Rage or, I don't know, any number of other games? You know, that's a bit of a different conversation. But it's not, you know, G.I. Joe or some other games where you play them and you just go, fuck this is like a boring, tedious nothingness of a slog. Like, this isn't like that at all. I do think that they fucked up significantly, relative to what they should. There's no reason why the grappling should feel this bad. There's no reason why the DDT doesn't have a sound effect. There's no reason why, things should be so slidey and slippery and sloppy and weird. But I could, like, there's still enough of the original game that I could enjoy myself. Let me just see. I'm curious. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're not gonna play the whole thing or anything, but let me, if I have. Okay. I wanted to boot up Night Slashers, but I think... Actually, let me check. I'm not sure if I don't have it or if it's like a setting thing, like a folder. I can do this. There we go. Yeah, okay. What the? Bear with me for a moment. What the? Dude, main UI's interface. There is something. Yeah, we played the Flux Heroes demo on the previous stream. It was extremely bland, paint by numbers, nothing much going for it. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to bother changing layouts or anything. So we'll just do it here. Okay, looks like I have buttons configured. I just want to satiate my own curiosity to see what this looks and moves like in comparison. So they have to, like, and that includes just seeing the attract mode. So there's like more text here, but the lack of text, I don't know to what extent that's just like a difference between the Japanese and English version, even in the original. Interesting. Okay, so this how to play section is actually from the arcade game. All right, this they didn't. Oh my god, they removed this where they actually introduced the characters, which I even commented on. Like, it's a weird thing that we go through these sections with these three characters, but we never get to see the characters' names. So in the remake, they make this like vaguely interactive, where you press a, this looks so much better with the storm effect. But then they skip this screen. So we don't get to know who the characters are. And this is exactly what I expected, to be honest, where you play the remake and you go, yeah, this is pretty alright. I don't mind this. Oh, here's such and such and such and such thing that feels pretty weird and bad. And then you watch the attract mode for the original for like a minute, and you see like 12 things that immediately is like, oh, this is so much better. Like, it's so, you know, the character profile screens being here, like the snappiness of certain things, the sound, like I'm not surprised by that in the least, but it's still one thing to imagine it and one thing to experience it. So we'll do like 1 credit, I guess. Let me bump the audio a little bit, I guess. Actually, I can probably do this. Nope, I cannot. Well, this'll do. Okay. That's a weird delay. Right, so the weird dialogue pacing is like kind of taken from the original, but I feel like that's something there's no, if they were all redoing these things anyway, why not like improve that? Oh, like the chunkiness of all these sound effects. There's actually visual, well, I guess you have the flame. Never mind. I was gonna say there's actually a visual indicator of the charge. Like, the kick just feels snappier. Movement. Look, the DDT is so fucking sick. There's like hit stop and screen shake. And a fucking thunderstorm noise. And in the remake, there's like literally nothing. And he goes, "Uah!" How do you fuck it up so bad? It's really funny too, where they like, all right, can we go in a mushroom cave? Oh, maybe. Probably not, but. The jump kicks are so like. You can actually see the jump kicks coming. I mean, they're still fast. They're not easy to react to. Okay, that attack was pretty different. Again, I'm completely unsurprised. But I still managed to play this and go, but how did they fuck it up so bad? Alright, that throw is still there. Fire orb. Finger. Greetings, Bardic. Ooh, hot dog. Yeah, like the charge mechanic is a bit iffy and strange. See, there's no like weird bouncing and juggling. Like, he kind of hit me out of his hit stun-ish. Like, the core just interactions feel so much better. I don't know if I want to pick that up, but... It's not... What? Like, how fucking sick was that? Oh, the melt... Like, the way skulls drop, like... It's not just like they didn't do as great a job as they could redrawing things. Like, it's so many little missing details in the redone graphics. Boss dialogue, they removed that. But that's probably not in the English version of the game, if I had to guess. So that might be... I mean, that doesn't, like, excuse it, but it explains it. Oh, let's try to use the charge. Oh, the screen is cropped. You're right. Let me... Thank you for letting me know. And a crop filter for another thing. Thank you. Ah. Couldn't get the charge grab. So you can actually charge... In the remake, you have to like throw out an empty attack to start charging. You can't just like hold the button when spawning to charge. which you should be able to, and you can in this one. Spawning enemies. I don't know if I get health back, but I should be at least be able to get it without game overing. Shut up. Let's not... Oh my god! I was gonna say, let's not take anything for granted here. Celebrate too soon. I didn't realize I could get fucking stunned. And we didn't get like 2 extends on stage 1. These are actually, the illustrations here are more kind of one-to-one than I remembered. But I do think the redrawn story cutscenes in the remake are among the less objectionable additions, or like new, of all the art in the game. They kind of look the least bad for sure. But like just the chunkiness, like the death animations are so much better. But I think there's a lot of reasons why, like, why would a remake of an old game look and sound and feel worse? Part of it for sure is, like Bardic says, like there's a gross kind of underestimation of what goes into a game like this. And you have a, you know, whether it's a remake or just like a new game in an old genre. Oh, there's their... That's the credit. In some cases, it's, you know, maybe a bit cynical of, well, you know, it's a basic kind of game. It should be pretty simple. We don't need that many resources to make it. And I think that can lead to, you know, oh, how hard can it be? We don't need to be that thorough and careful when we investigate how the game mechanics should behave and everything. But setting aside all of those kinds of things, I do think there is a lot of inherent kind of pitfalls when it comes to reinterpreting art in a different style or with higher fidelity. There's always going to be a layer of interpretation and translation happening in which, you know, your brain fills in a lot of blanks when you see what this looks like, and by manually filling in those blanks, even if you do so in a far more literal one-to-one way than this remake did, it's gonna be like inherently it is impossible to have one original version and then one like sort of high-res version or whatever, and for the high-res version be perceived by everyone as the same as the original. Like everyone, like some people might perceive it as the same or upgraded or whatever, and some will feel like it's a, you know, a move in a different direction. That's inevitable. But more specifically from a technical standpoint, when you have things like animation. So a perfect example, right? With the weird grappling sliding, right? You grab someone in the remake, and instead of the enemy, oh, you know, in one frame snapping into the position, it takes a, you know, a quarter of a second for them to just whoop, like smoothly interpolate into position. That is a change, but it's a change that someone made with the presumed thought that it's adding something that wasn't there. It's adding detail, it's adding fidelity. You know, surely they didn't do it to deliberately make it worse. And it's easy to look at that and say, well, the grappling feels worse, so that was a bad idea for them to do that. But hindsight's 2020, and it's subjective as well, because some of the things that you might approach with a similar mindset might not be worse, or might be something that some people enjoy. But they didn't need to add that interpolation. They could have just have it not be there. But it's still every art asset, every sound, everything that you try to recreate in a higher fidelity is littered with those kinds of creative choices where you have to choose how to fill in the blanks, but you also choose which blanks to fill in. In this case, you could argue that the enemies sliding into position is a blank that was left filled in, or that was left unfilled in the original and was then filled in, because we obviously assume, our brain assumes that when a character, like with that, when they're grabbed, like the character aren't technically teleporting or anything, they are being lifted up or held by someone, but we just, the transition happens instantly. However, there is a gameplay benefit and purpose to doing it that way, and by adding that little interpolation, it makes it worse. But it's, every single thing has that kind of weighing of what the impact is going to be. And I think there basically are zero kind of like HD remakes, or whatever we want to call them, of an old game where there aren't a million little things that just feel weird and look strange, no matter what approach they take to it, because the gameplay mechanics, the feel of the game, the art direction and aesthetic, and the technical execution of the graphics, all these things exist together and overlap with each other in a way where you cannot really divorce one from another without, you can't even really change any one of those things without affecting the totality of the whole, right? But there, I think, is this expectation, maybe less so now, but certainly 20 years ago when these kinds of things started to happen, of kind of developers and players being a bit caught off guard by, like, I remember the HD remake of Street Fighter 2 was a big thing like that, where it's like, why does this look so weird? And, part of that was the art being questionable, but also, like, smoothness of animation and how much something moves on screen in between one frame to the other. When something is drawn at a higher resolution and higher fidelity, it creates an expectation of a consistency in fidelity, where if the individual drawings are of a higher fidelity, your brain kind of expects the motion to also be represented in a higher fidelity, and if it's not, then there's like a weird disconnect. Again, setting aside the aesthetic execution and quality of the drawings or whatever, but just like, there's so many components that combine and interact with each other to produce the completed experience, that it's impossible to change some of them pretty drastically and just like expect everything to hold up. Now, that doesn't excuse how they mega fucked up the DDT to make it feel like shit in the remake. That was a series of specific creative choices made to make it worse. Not with the intention to make it worse, I'm sure, but they were made and they made it worse. Stop video game stupid. This game was published by Forever Entertainment, yes. And yeah, they have a track record of pretty bad remakes. I don't know if the developer of this were involved in the development of any of those. But yeah, a lot of them have like strange creative choices. I think the artistic choices in the remake of this, if anyone's confused, this is the arcade original, by the way. Let me close this before we confuse any more people. I don't love the art in the Night Slashers remake, but I think it's a lot less upsetting than the visuals of the House of the Dead remake, which look awful and do not capture the vibe of the original at all. Well, as far as, let me just try to catch up with chat here a bit. Imagine a proper remake of Altered Beast. I'm curious if we'll get to see a new Altered Beast from Sega. I know that they've renewed a bunch of trademarks and stuff, including that one. And it could go in so many different directions. Whether it's something I actually would like, who knows? But I'd be curious. I think there's potential in a very literal, like the same gameplay style, but flesh it out a bit. Because that sort of single lane, that one has more platforming than Spartan X. But even so, like that sort of single plane beat 'em up action game is a pretty underexplored genre, and it would be interesting for sure. But that's probably not what they would do. as far as complexity, like there's a great. I mean, this goes into a lot of. I need to keep it short because I need to wrap up the stream very shortly here. But um, simplicity and like complexity and depth are three like completely overlapping, perhaps, but different things. Like Final Fight is a really simple game, but it's a very difficult game, and it has tremendous amount of depth, and it does have complexity, but the mechanics are very simple. Like there's a weird idea that a lot of people hold, developers and consumers alike, where complexity, or first of all, that complexity and depth are the same thing, but the other, even if they are not the same thing, that maybe that depth is defined by the presence of complexity in a simple way, for a beat 'em up or something like that. Final Fight is basic because you only have the punch button and the jump button. If we have 4 attack buttons, a super move, special thing, a block button, a parry, and a dodge roll, then it's more complex, so therefore we have way more depth. And depth doesn't come from a big vocabulary of player verbs and expressions. Depth comes from like layered and nuanced decision making. That's my personal view on it anyway. And Final Fight is super tense, and there's like a huge room for skill and mastery. So you can play that game for dozens of hours and like build mastery. And there's like a vast difference between someone playing that for the first time versus someone playing it with hundreds of hours of experience. And that to me is far more indicative of depth to the game. Like there's depth to the game. There's something to chew on. You can evolve your experience by playing the game more versus here's an open world RPG with 4,000 million fetch quests where you can listen to trite dialogue. Like some people might really value that kind of an experience and immersion, but or for that matter, an action game where you have 4,000 moves to unlock, but they all kind of do the same thing. Like if it doesn't change your experience and how you approach it and sort of mastery, I think from a gameplay mechanical standpoint, that isn't depth. Now, that doesn't mean that gameplay mechanical depth is the be all end all and it's the most important thing. But it is something that I care about, certainly far more than like exploring a world and narrative and stuff like that in games in general. And as such, I think it's frustrating when people conflate that I would call depth with, the game uses a lot of buttons. There's a big move list. You can do this or that. And like, because of that, like people think because Final Fight and arcade beat 'em ups are simple in that way, then there can't be depth. So people assume that they are simplistic, brainless games and kind of see what they expect to see. And there's kind of I think a lot of confirmation bias where admittedly like the depth of Final Fight is not immediately apparent because that game doesn't have or need 12 screens of tutorial introduction. I can't fault anyone for looking at it and at a glance assuming that it's a basic simplistic game, which I mean it is in some ways. But to assume that there is no depth to it, and that just could not be further from the truth. I'll leave it there. There will be more ranting here for sure, as there always is. There's no end to the conversations I'm compulsioned to have when it comes to game design in general, but certainly beat 'em ups and action game design in particular. I gotta make a mad dash for the grocery store before they close, which I think is in about 40 minutes, due to midsummer, which is a thing that happens here. Yeah, chess, sure. Like, you would be quite the fool to try to argue in any kind of public forum that chess is like a basic game, that there's no depth in chess. I do think that chess comparisons can in themselves be quite, tired, but you're certainly not wrong. Yeah, happy midsummer to those who observe. Happy Friday to everyone else. I might be back this weekend. We have more unfinished business with plenty of other beat 'em ups. So I'll be back for more of that at some point or another. Streaming at an unusual time, which means that there's not a lot of usual suspects to raid here. We'll just keep things simple. We'll just wrap things up. And I shall return at some point in time. Till then, take care. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.